Yo, what's up everyone? It's Fiction Blue, and today we're checking out Harry found a ancient Potter Grimoire at age 5 and used blood magic to permanently seal the Dursleys inside. Number 4, drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Under the Stairs. The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of silence that happens when a house is full of people who pretend you don't exist. Harry had lived in it for as long as he could remember. Before memory, probably. The slant of the ceiling followed the angle of the staircase above, so the highest point was near the door and it got lower as you moved back, until the far wall was something you had to crouch to touch. He'd measured it once, counting his own feet, 9 feet long, 4 feet wide at the door, narrowing to 2. He knew every crack in the plaster. He knew which floorboard squeaked if you stepped on the left side, and which spider came back no matter how many times Aunt Petunia sprayed. He was 5 years old, and the cupboard was the whole world. Not literally. He knew there was more: the kitchen where he cooked breakfast before school, the garden he weeded on Saturdays, Dudley's bedroom full of toys he wasn't allowed to touch. But those places belonged to other people. The cupboard was the only place that was his, even if he hadn't chosen it, even if it had a lock on the outside. Tonight the lock was on. He'd broken a plate. Not on purpose. Dudley had shoved him and he'd grabbed the counter and knocked the plate and it had fallen the way things fall when there's nothing you can do about it, inevitably and loud. Aunt Petunia had looked at the pieces on the floor and then at Harry the way she always looked at him, like he was a problem she hadn't solved yet. Vernon had gone very red. And then the cupboard, and the click of the padlock, and the sound of the television going on above him. Harry sat with his back against the door and his knees pulled up and thought about nothing in particular. The spider was back. He watched it move across the far wall, slow and deliberate, trailing its thread. It didn't seem to mind the dark. Harry didn't really mind the dark either. There was a crack under the door that let in a thin yellow line from the hallway light, and his eyes had gotten very good at making do. He wasn't thinking about the plate. He was thinking about something that had happened at school that day, something small that nobody else had noticed. Tyler Briggs had called him a freak in the lunch line. Not new, Tyler Briggs called him a freak approximately every other day, but this time Harry had looked at Tyler and wanted something. Not to hit him or shout at him, just, he'd wanted Tyler to stop. He'd felt the wanting very specifically, like a word at the tip of his tongue, and Tyler had stopped mid-sentence and gone weirdly pale and walked away without finishing his chips. That had happened before. Not with Tyler specifically, but the feeling had happened before. The wanting something feeling that was somehow more than wanting. He fell asleep thinking about it. He woke up because the floor was warm. Not the thin threadbare rug. The floor under the rug, under the floorboards, there was heat coming up through the wood, steady and rhythmic, like breathing. Harry sat up. The yellow line under the door was gone, the house had gone to sleep. He had no idea what time it was, but it felt very late, or very early, the kind of hour where the world is on pause. The warmth was coming from the back of the cupboard. He crawled toward it, head down under the low ceiling, past his single blanket, past the broken torch he'd never gotten a battery for. The spider skittered away. The heat grew stronger as he moved, not uncomfortable, not like a radiator, more like putting your hand near something alive. He pressed his palm flat against the back wall. Cold plaster. He pressed it against the floor. There. Beneath the second-to-last floorboard, the one with the knot in the wood that looked like an eye. The heat was definite and directional, pulsing slow as a heartbeat. Harry looked at the board. He didn't have tools. He was 5 and he lived in a cupboard, and the idea of prying up a floorboard in the middle of the night would have seemed insane to most children his age. He pressed his thumb against the knot. The board moved. Not because he pried it, it simply moved, sliding aside the way a drawer slides when it's been fitted well, silent and smooth, like it had been waiting for exactly the pressure of exactly that thumb. Underneath was a shallow space, maybe 6 inches deep, and inside the space was a book. It was old in a way that Aunt Petunia's china cabinet was not old, in a way that antiques were not old. It was old the way stones are old, with the kind of age you feel rather than measure. The cover was dark leather, cracked and soft, laced with veins of something that caught the faint light in colors that shouldn't have been possible in the dark. The binding was thick, wrapped in a strip of darker leather secured with a clasp made of something that looked like bone. The whole thing was roughly the size of a school textbook and it radiated warmth like a coal that had been burning for a very long time. Harry reached in and picked it up. The moment his skin touched the cover, something happened in his chest, a sound, almost, except not a sound, more like the bass note of a very large bell felt through the sternum rather than heard through the ears. His vision went briefly strange, colors shifting, and then came back perfectly normal. The book was warm in his hands. The clasp, which he hadn't touched and hadn't tried to open, fell apart. The pages were covered in handwriting. Small, cramped, intense, the kind of handwriting that happens when someone has too many thoughts and not enough pages. The ink was brown with age. The language was English, mostly, but threaded through with other words, older words, words that Harry didn't know but somehow, when his eyes passed over them, understood anyway, the way you understand cold or dark, not through definition but through sensation. He read. The first page was a kind of introduction, though the man who had written it didn't seem to believe in pleasantries. My name is Aldrich Potter and I am writing this for the one who opens it, whoever that may be, whatever age they may be when they do. If you can open it, you have blood. If you have blood, you can work. The question is whether you have the spine for it. Most people don't. This is not a spellbook. Spellbooks are for people who want to borrow power. This is a record of power that is already yours. The difference matters. Magic in this age is taught like grammar, rules, exceptions, approved forms. That is not what you hold in your hands. What you hold is older than approval. Begin with the first working. It won't hurt. Harry turned the page. He read for 2 hours. He knew it was 2 hours because at some point the heating clicked on with its usual 5 a.m. shudder, and he'd been awake long enough that his legs had gone to sleep and his neck ached from crouching. He hadn't noticed any of it. He'd been reading. The first working was called a seal. The book described it plainly, a way of binding a threshold, of making a place contain what was in it. The older word, the codex's word, was something that felt in Harry's mouth like warden, a keeper of the kept. The working required 3 things, blood, intent, and a door. The blood is the anchor, Aldrich Potter had written. The intent is the blade. The door is merely the symbol. You are not locking a door. You are locking a world. Harry read it 3 times. Then he read the part about reversal. Then he sat back on his heels with the book in his lap and thought very carefully, which was something he was better at than most 5-year-olds because nobody had ever given him the option of not thinking carefully. The Dursleys were upstairs. They would wake up in 2 hours. Uncle Vernon would come down first, red-faced and loud, and then Aunt Petunia, sharp-eyed and brittle, and then Dudley, who would immediately begin demanding things. Harry would be expected to have breakfast ready. He'd have to unlock the cupboard from the inside, that was a trick he'd figured out 6 months ago, working the latch with a bent hairclip he kept hidden in his shoe, and stand at the stove in the kitchen while everyone moved around him like he was furniture. He looked at the page. The blood is the anchor. He didn't have anything sharp. He looked around the cupboard in the thin grey pre-dawn light filtering under the door, and his eyes stopped on the broken torch, specifically on the broken torch's broken edge, where the plastic casing had snapped and left a tiny, jagged shard. Harry looked at his palm. He looked at the page again. He looked at the door of the cupboard. He thought, they're not good people. He thought, I could just leave. He thought, but if I just leave, they'll call the police and I'll get brought back. He thought about Tyler Briggs going pale in the lunch line. He thought about Aunt Petunia's voice when she told people he was troubled. He's troubled, you understand. We do our best. He picked up the shard of plastic. He pressed it against the pad of his left thumb, quick and decisive, because he'd already decided and there was no point in being a coward about it. It stung, a sharp, brief sting, and a bead of blood welled up, very dark in the grey light, almost black. He pressed his thumb to the base of the cupboard door, at the threshold. And he did what the codex said. He didn't have a wand. He didn't have a word to say. What he had was the wanting something feeling, that specific pressing sensation he'd first noticed with Tyler Briggs, except now it wasn't vague, it wasn't "I want this to stop." It was exact. He held the image in his mind with a clarity that surprised him, the house, sealed. The people inside it, held. The door between them and the outside world locked not with a padlock but with something deeper, something that was in the wood of the house and the air and the old foundation, locked with a truth. You are inside. You stay inside. The blood on the threshold went hot. It didn't glow or crackle or do any of the things that Harry would later read about in Hogwarts textbooks when they described magic as performed by trained witches and wizards. It simply went hot, and then it went dark, and then it sank into the wood like ink into paper and disappeared. There was a sound, that low bell note again, felt rather than heard, and then silence. Harry sat back. His thumb had stopped bleeding. The cupboard felt different. He wasn't sure how to explain it even to himself. It felt like the room had taken a breath. The air had a quality of settled. He waited. He waited until the heating clicked on. He waited until he heard Vernon's alarm go off upstairs, a distant buzzing that got slapped off. He heard footsteps, the flush of the toilet, the creak of the stairs. He heard Vernon reach the bottom of the stairs and cross the hall toward the kitchen. Vernon always made his own coffee, didn't trust Harry with the coffee, and the footsteps went past his door. Then he heard Vernon stop. Not a gradual slowing. A stop. 3 steps past the cupboard, and silence. Harry pressed his ear to the door. He could hear Vernon breathing, slightly too fast. He heard the sound of Vernon turning around, walking back, stopping. More breathing. Vernon walked to the front door. Harry heard the handle. Heard it turn. Heard it catch. Heard Vernon try again. There was a pause, and Harry could picture it perfectly, Vernon's face going from morning pink to bewildered pink to the particular shade of angry red that was his default setting for anything he didn't understand. He heard Vernon walk to the back door. Same sounds. Handle. Catch. Try again. Then he heard Petunia's voice, thin and sharp from upstairs, "Vernon. The boy hasn't done breakfast, door's stuck," Vernon called up. "What?" "Front door. Won't open." A pause, and then Petunia came downstairs, and Harry heard her try the front door, and then her voice went strange, not sharp, not brittle, but thin, the particular thinness of someone who knows, somewhere underneath their denial, that something is wrong. Harry took the bent hairclip from his shoe. He worked the latch. He opened the cupboard door. Vernon and Petunia were standing in the front hallway. Vernon's bathrobe was the color of old mustard. Petunia's hair was in curlers. They both turned to look at him, and their expressions were identical in a way that was almost funny, that goggling, mouth slightly open blankness of people who have had their expectations thoroughly upended. Harry looked at them. He had the codex under his arm. "The doors don't open," he said, by way of explanation. "I sealed them." Vernon's face made several rapid transitions. "What? What are you? You haven't been, what do you mean, sealed?" "I mean they won't open." Harry considered. "The windows either." Petunia's hand went to her throat. She was staring at the book under his arm. Her eyes had gone to a size Harry had never seen from her before, wide and slightly wild, the eyes of someone seeing something they had been trying very hard for a very long time not to see. "What is that?" she said. "Not a question. More like the sound you make when you already know." "I found it under my floor," Harry said. I think it's been there for a while. Vernon. Petunia's voice was barely above a whisper. Vernon, call, she stopped. Because of course she couldn't call anyone. The phone was inside the house. The doors didn't open. Vernon had moved past the paralysis stage and into the red-faced bluster stage, which was a stage Harry knew very well. Now you listen here, boy. Whatever game you think you're playing, you need to undo it this instant or so help me. No, Harry said. Vernon stopped. Harry had never said no to Vernon. Not like that, not flat and plain and without any flinching behind it. Vernon was a large man and he used his size the way a bully uses size, which is to say constantly and without thinking about it, and the word no said without flinching was not something he had ever received from the boy who lived in the cupboard. I'm leaving, Harry said. I'm going to go now and I'm not coming back, and if you try to stop me, I'll make the seal permanent. At the moment it has an exit clause. I'll be gone, and you can have your house, and in about a week it should release on its own, and your lives can go back to normal. The silence in the hallway was the loudest silence Harry had ever heard. You're 5 years old, Petunia said. Her voice was doing something strange, something that might have been horror, or might have been the very first thin crack of something like recognition. Like she was seeing someone she'd been trying to pretend wasn't there. I know, Harry said. He walked past them to the front door. He put his uncut hand on the handle. He opened it. The morning was blue-gray and cold, the specific cold of early English autumn, and the street was empty in both directions, and the air smelled like wet leaves and exhaust and the distant promise of rain. Harry stepped over the threshold, and the door closed behind him, and he stood on the front step of number 4 Privet Drive for what he decided immediately was the last time. He had the codex. He had the clothes on his back, which were Dudley's hand-me-downs 3 sizes too large, and the hair clip in his shoe, and approximately 40 pence he'd found under the sofa cushion last Tuesday. He was 5 years old. He walked down the front path, opened the gate, turned left, and did not look back. He'd gotten to the end of the street before the peculiarity of his situation settled on him with any real weight. He'd been so focused on the doing of it that the aftermath hadn't occurred to him in detail. He needed, somewhere, food. Not today, he wasn't particularly hungry yet, but eventually food. He needed to not be picked up by a police officer or a social worker. He needed to not freeze. He sat down on a low wall at the end of the street and opened the codex. You sealed the house, Aldrich Potter had written, on a page Harry hadn't reached before, a page that hadn't existed when he first opened the book, which should have been alarming but somehow wasn't. I felt it from here, which is a considerable distance given that I've been dead for 80 years. You have good instinct for the working. The seal will hold for approximately 7 days unless you reinforce it, which I'd advise against. Permanent seals require more than a thumbprick. Harry stared at this. The handwriting was the same cramped, impatient script as the rest. The ink looked as old as everything else. He read on. I expect you're wondering what to do next. I can't tell you that. The Codex teaches workings, it doesn't make decisions. What I can tell you is that you are a Potter, which means you have more blood right to this magic than you know, and you are apparently not cowed by the people who should have crushed you, which is the more important qualification. Where you go now is your business. Recommendation, don't get caught. Harry almost laughed. It was a very specific almost, the kind where you're more surprised by the impulse than by anything else, because laughing wasn't something he did very often. He closed the codex. He stood up. He thought about London, he'd seen it on a map at school, a bus ride and a train ride away, and began walking toward the bus stop. He spent the first day figuring out buses. He spent it hungry, which he was largely used to, and curious, which he was always. The bus from Little Whinging to central London cost £1.40, which he did not have, but it turned out that bus drivers were inconsistently attentive to 5-year-olds traveling alone, especially 5-year-olds who sat at the back and made eye contact with no one. He arrived at Victoria Station at 11:30 in the morning and stood in the middle of the concourse and looked at the size of the city. It was enormous. It was wonderful. He'd never seen so many people in one place, not performing friendliness at each other the way people did in Privet Drive, but just moving, purposeful and various, a river of people who were all going somewhere that had nothing to do with him. For the first time in his life, he understood what invisible meant as a good thing. In Privet Drive he was invisible because nobody wanted to see him. Here he was invisible because there was too much else to see. He found a cafe bin with a half-finished sandwich in a paper bag. He ate it sitting on the station steps. Then he opened the codex and read for 3 hours. The workings in the first section were, Aldrich had annotated in his cramped hand, foundational, not flashy, not offensive, but deeply practical. There was a warming working, simple enough that Aldrich described it as barely above instinct. A warding for sleep, a gentle press of will against a doorway or a space, enough to wake you if someone crossed it. A means of making yourself unobtrusive, which was distinct from invisible and harder to explain. It didn't make you impossible to see, it made you unimportant to look at. Aldrich described it as the magic of the unattended fire. People look past you the same way they look past the fireplace when nothing's burning. Harry practiced the warmth working by pressing his hand flat against the cold stone of the station steps and willing the cold away. It took 4 tries. On the 4th try, the stone under his palm went perceptibly warmer, and he felt the by now familiar resonance in his chest, the bell note. He sat there for 20 minutes warming a section of step and feeling obscurely triumphant. The unobtrusive working, it turned out, was something he'd been doing accidentally for years. It was what had happened with Tyler Briggs, or at least a version of it. With intent, with the Codex's framework for understanding what he was actually doing, it became something he could turn on and off rather than something that happened by accident. He practiced it on the station concourse, sitting, watching, willing himself to be not worth looking at, and observing the way people's gaze slid past him. Then releasing it and watching someone immediately make eye contact and frown at the unaccompanied child. It was the most useful thing he'd ever learned, and he was 5 years old and had learned it in one afternoon. The first week was hard. The second week was harder. By the 3rd week Harry had worked out the basic architecture of living without walls, where to sleep. Stations were dangerous but churches were warm, parks, if you found the right corner, were private, where to find food, behind restaurants, which was disgusting but effective, in the pockets of the unobtrusive working, which made it possible to take something from a market stall without being a large enough event to notice. How to stay warm in October in London with nothing but the clothes he was wearing and a magic working he could now do while half asleep. He got a blanket from a charity bin. He got a pen from the ground outside a newsagent's. He started writing in the margins of the Codex's blank end pages, notes, observations, questions, the things he was noticing about how the workings actually behaved versus what Aldrich had written. Aldrich's annotations were comprehensive but they were 80 years old and the world had changed. The unobtrusive working worked differently on CCTV cameras than on human eyes, for instance. Harry figured out the adjustment by trial and error. He was not comfortable. He was sometimes cold and frequently hungry and occasionally scared, though he was strict with himself about the scared, because being scared was useful when it made you careful and useless when it made you frozen, and he was determined to only be the first kind. But underneath the discomfort was something else, something he didn't have a precise word for because he'd never felt it before. He thought it might be okayness. The specific feeling of a situation being hard but being his hard, not hard because someone was doing it to him but hard because he was moving through the world on his own terms. He liked it considerably more than the cupboard. He spent 2 weeks in London proper, then moved outward, curious. He took buses and trains with varying degrees of legitimacy. He went to Birmingham, to Manchester briefly, back to London. He found the public library system, which was one of the best things he'd ever discovered, warm, full of books, staffed by people who noticed a small child reading alone with the specific frequency of people who have decided it's not their problem. He read everything he could get his hands on. History, mostly, because history felt useful. Geography. One book about birds that he read 3 times because the author clearly loved birds very much and it was nice to read something written by someone who loved what they were writing about. The codex kept adding pages. That was the thing he'd noticed by week 3, it wasn't a fixed book. Pages appeared. Not blank pages he hadn't noticed before, but new pages, in Aldrich's handwriting, responding to things Harry had written in the margins or to questions he'd been thinking about. The communication was oblique, not conversational, more like finding the right book on a shelf than having a discussion. But it was clearly responsive. He wrote, "How did you make a book that writes itself?" 3 days later, a page appeared, "I didn't. The book writes itself because it is made partly of my blood and partly of yours. Books made this way know their reader." Harry considered this for a long time. He wrote, "Are you alive?" A week passed. Then, "No. But some things leave a shape behind them. This is mine." He stopped asking about that. By December, he'd been gone for 2 months. He was warmer, the warmth working had developed considerably, and he'd also found a coat in a charity shop that was only slightly too large, and better fed. He'd worked out a rhythm that suited him. He was reading constantly. He was practicing the codex's workings with the systematic focus of someone who has nothing else to focus on, which meant he was getting very good. He'd also, he realized, stopped being afraid of most things. Not in a stupid way. Not the way someone who'd never been hurt might not be afraid of things, which was a kind of ignorance. He was afraid of specific things, being found by police, being genuinely ill, making the kind of mistake that couldn't be walked back. Those fears felt productive. The ambient fear that had been background noise in the cupboard, the pervasive low-level dread of what Vernon might decide, what Petunia might say, what the day might bring, that was simply gone. Because none of those things were in his life anymore. And the quiet that was left when that particular fear vacated was startling, like taking out earplugs you'd forgotten you were wearing. He was in a library in Notting Hill, reading a book about the Roman occupation of Britain, when he felt the codex pulse in his bag. He was 6 now, his birthday had come and gone in July, unremarked except by himself, which was fine. He'd been living outside for almost 8 months and was arguably better at it than most adults would be. He'd been in this library for 3 days, sleeping in the reference section, which was closed on Mondays. He pulled out the codex. A new page. "There are people looking for you. Not the police." Harry read this. Then, "Who?" The answer came on the same page, the ink appearing in front of his eyes with the slowness of a revelation, the magical variety. "They know the wards at Privet Drive have been broken. They know the seal was blood magic, which has frightened them considerably. They don't know who did it yet. When they work it out, and they will not be small." Harry thought about this for a while. He looked around the library, the reference section, empty and dusty and afternoon gold with winter light through high windows. He wrote, "Should I be worried?" A pause. Then, "You should be prepared. The difference matters." He nodded to himself, which was a habit he'd developed for situations where the reasonable response was something the situation didn't call for. Then he opened the book about Roman Britain and kept reading. The owl found him on a Tuesday. He'd moved on from London by then, drifting northward by instinct or accident, and he was in a small town in Derbyshire, sleeping in a decommissioned railway station that had been turned into a community space and locked at night. He'd gotten in through a window. He was 8 years old and had been traveling for nearly 2 years and was good at getting in through windows. The owl arrived at 2 in the morning through the same window, landed on the arm of a chair 5 feet from where he was sleeping, and stared at him with the specific authority of an animal that knows it's on a mission. There was a letter tied to its leg. The letter had no envelope. It was a single line of text on what looked like parchment, actual parchment, the kind he'd read about but never seen. He read it. "You are not as hidden as you believe." That was all. No signature. Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked back. He took the codex from his bag and wrote, someone sent me an owl with a non-message on parchment. Thoughts? He waited. The ink bled through. The magical world communicates by owl. Parchment is standard. The non-message is the message. They know where you are but they're not telling you who they are. Either they want you cautious, or they want to see how you react. Harry considered this. He looked at the owl again. It was a beautiful animal, pale grey with dark eyes, carrying itself with the self-possession of something that knew its own worth. He thought about reaction. He wrote a single line on a piece of paper torn from the margin of his Roman Britain book. He tied it to the owl's leg, and the owl, apparently satisfied, flew back out the window. His note said, "I know. I've known for a while." Then he moved on in the morning, just to make the point. The second owl found him in Edinburgh, 3 weeks later, and the note was longer. "Your name is Harry Potter. Your parents were James and Lily Potter, who died when you were 15 months old. You are a wizard. You have been missing from your legal guardians for 2 years. There are people who are responsible for your welfare and who have been deeply remiss in that responsibility. I am one of them. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I would very much like to meet you." Harry read this standing outside a bakery in the old town, in the grey December cold, with the smell of bread in the air and frost on the cobblestones. He read it twice. Then he wrote back. His note said, "I know my name. I know my parents died. I know I'm a wizard. As for legal guardians, I sealed them in their house with blood magic when I was 5. I think that indicates my feelings about guardianship. If you'd like to meet, you're welcome to find me. I'm not hiding." He sent it back and went to get breakfast, a roll from the bin outside the bakery, because the bakery owner had been putting their day-old stock in the charity bin since Tuesday and Harry had no intention of wasting a good thing. Then he opened the codex and read until the cold drove him inside. The sun was going down over Edinburgh's old town, turning the stone amber and the sky a color that had no polite name, something between violet and the dark blue of very deep water. Harry sat on a low wall near the castle with the codex in his lap and the owl note tucked between his pages, and he watched the city go about its evening. He'd been alive for 8 years, 2 of them on his own, and he was beginning to understand that the world was considerably larger than anyone had bothered to tell him. There was a magical world and he was apparently important to it. There was someone named Albus Dumbledore who seemed to think he had obligations toward Harry, which Harry found interesting in the way that complicated things are interesting. There was a book under his arm that had been written by a dead man who might also be, in some structural sense, still present. There was a whole world to figure out. He wasn't worried. He checked his own internal state with the clinical accuracy he'd developed over 2 years of self-reliance, ready. That was the word. Cautious and prepared and very, very ready. He closed the codex. He pulled his coat tighter. He got up from the wall. He had more to learn. He had time. And for the first time in his life, the time was his. Chapter 2, The Boy Who Walked Away. The third owl from Dumbledore arrived with considerably more dignity than the first 2. It was a large tawny bird, the kind that looked like it had opinions, and it found Harry in a public library in Glasgow on a Thursday afternoon in January. He was 9 years old, warm for the first time in a week thanks to the library's industrial heating, and deep in a book about the history of standing stones when the owl landed squarely on top of the open page and refused to move until he acknowledged it. The librarian, a tired-looking woman in her 50s, looked up from the returns desk and blinked. Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked at Harry. "Right," he said, and untied the letter. "Mr. Potter, I have made no fewer than 6 attempts to locate you since your previous correspondence. You are, I must say, remarkably difficult to find for an 8-year-old, or 9, I suppose, as your birthday has now passed. My congratulations on that. I am not attempting to return you to the Dursleys. That arrangement was, I now understand, deeply inadequate, and the seal you placed, which, incidentally, took 3 trained Aurors and a curse breaker from Gringotts 4 days to unravel, made your feelings on the matter unambiguous. What I am asking is considerably simpler. I would like to speak with you. Not collect you, not install you somewhere, not make decisions about your life without consulting you. Speak. In person. Over tea, if you are amenable. I will be at the Argyle Arms on Argyle Street in Glasgow this Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you choose not to come, I will not pursue the matter further that day. But I hope you will come. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it and put it in the codex and looked at the librarian, who was still staring at the owl. Sorry about that, he said. He does that sometimes. The librarian opened her mouth, closed it, decided this was above her pay grade, and went back to the returns desk. Harry looked at the letter again. He thought about the phrase 3 trained aurors and a curse-breaker from Gringotts 4 days. He thought about it with the specific satisfaction of someone who'd made something that held up to scrutiny, and then he set the satisfaction aside because it wasn't useful right now. He thought about Saturday. He went, obviously. Not because Dumbledore had asked. Harry had been unimpressed by authority for long enough that a politely worded letter wasn't going to reverse the trend. He went because he was curious, and because Dumbledore clearly knew things he didn't, and because one of the consistent lessons of the past 3 years was that refusing information on principle was only slightly less stupid than accepting it blindly. He arrived 40 minutes early and sat at a table near the back with a view of both the door and the bar and ordered a glass of water because it was free. The pub was warm and dark-paneled and smelled like old wood and the particular yeasty warmth of a place that has been serving beer for a long time. Harry liked it immediately. He sat with the codex open on his knee, reading, watching the door. Dumbledore walked in at 8 minutes to 2. He was not what Harry had been picturing, which was, if he was honest, something like a very serious schoolteacher. What walked through the door was closer to a very tall, very old man wearing robes in a shade of deep blue that somehow managed not to look absurd, with a silver beard that belonged in a different century and half-moon spectacles and the general bearing of someone who had walked into hundreds of rooms and never once wondered whether he belonged there. He looked around the pub. His eyes found Harry immediately. Harry watched him cross the room. He noted that Dumbledore's expression was, careful. Not what he'd expected. He'd expected something more commanding, or more effusive. What he got was careful, the specific careful of someone who understands that they're in a situation where the wrong word is worse than silence. Dumbledore sat down across from him without being invited. Harry gave him points for that. Actually, asking permission would have felt condescending. Harry, he said. Thank you for coming. You said over tea, Harry said. Do you want tea? I don't have money but I assume you do. Dumbledore blinked. Then something shifted in his expression, not amusement exactly, but something adjacent to it. He flagged down the bartender and ordered tea for 2 and a slice of whatever cake they had. You're smaller than I expected, Dumbledore said. You're taller, Harry said. And older. The portraits don't age you past 60. You've seen portraits of me? Library. They have a book about British magical history from 1973. It's somewhat out of date but still useful. You're in the chapter on the Grindelwald conflict. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The tea arrived. He poured both cups with the practiced ease of someone who had done it 1,000 times. How long have you been using the public library system? Since I left Privet Drive. Harry wrapped both hands around the mug. The warmth was good. 3 years and a bit. And in that time, Dumbledore said, you have been entirely alone. Not entirely. There are a lot of people in England. You know what I mean. Harry looked at him steadily. I had the codex. Dumbledore's eyes dropped to the book on Harry's knee. His expression did something complicated. A flicker of recognition, then something that was either concern or deep interest or both. May I ask where you found it? Under the floor of my cupboard. Your cupboard. That's where I lived. At the Dursleys. Harry said it flat and without drama, because it was flat and without drama, it was simply what had been true. There was a space under the second floorboard. It had been there a long time. Dumbledore set down his teacup. He was looking at Harry the way the librarian had looked at the owl, like he was being confronted with something that required a significant reorientation of his understanding of the situation. "I placed you with the Dursleys because of a blood ward," he said. "Lily's sacrifice, your mother's love, created a protection anchored to her sister's home. While you lived there, called it home, you were protected. From what? From those who wished you harm. From the remnants of the man who killed your parents." Harry considered this. "Voldemort," he said. The name was in the Codex. Aldrich Potter had written nothing about Voldemort specifically because Aldrich had been dead since before Voldemort's rise, but the book had added a page 2 years ago that laid out the broad strokes, enough that Harry had a working understanding. "He's not dead." Dumbledore went very still. "What makes you say that?" "The Codex," Harry said. "It knows when blood magic is active. His magic and mine have a connection I don't fully understand yet. I can feel it, sometimes, when I concentrate. Like a thread." He touched his forehead reflexively, the scar, the lightning bolt scar he'd had his whole life. "I assume it's related to this." "It is," Dumbledore said. He sounded slightly stunned. "Harry, the curse that gave you that scar it was not a simple curse. There is a complexity to your connection with Voldemort that I had intended to explain when you were older." "You could explain it now," Harry said. "I'm a fast reader." The expression that moved across Dumbledore's face was one Harry would see on many adult faces over the following years, the slightly disoriented look of someone recalibrating a conversation they thought they were in control of. He regrouped with considerable speed, which Harry noted as a point in his favor. "Tell me about the Codex," Dumbledore said instead. "What has it taught you?" Harry looked at him for a moment, deciding. "Why?" "Because," Dumbledore said, "blood magic of the kind your ancestor practiced is old and powerful and largely uncharted, and because you have been learning it alone for 3 years without any frame of reference for what you're working with, and because I would prefer to understand what I'm dealing with before I say anything else that might be incorrect." Harry appreciated the honesty of "I would prefer to understand what I'm dealing with." He appreciated that Dumbledore hadn't pretended the reason was purely for Harry's benefit. So he told him, the warmth working, the obtrusive working, the seals. The way new pages appeared. The sense that the magic was responsive rather than rule-based, that it asked about intent in a way that Aldrich's annotation suggested standard wand magic did not. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, which was another point in his favor. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. He was looking at the Codex with an expression Harry couldn't entirely read, something like hunger, or maybe something like recognition, and beneath it something cautious. "The Potters," he said eventually, "are an ancient family. I was aware of the Codex by reputation. I did not know where it had gone, after Aldrich Potter died without magical heirs. It appears it went home." "I'm a good heir," Harry said. "Apparently." "Apparently," Dumbledore agreed, and the tone was not condescending, it was simply true. They talked for 2 hours. Or rather, they negotiated, which was what the conversation actually was, though it was dressed up as talking. Dumbledore wanted Harry somewhere safe, somewhere with a roof and regular meals and people who were responsible for his well-being. He'd identified a wizarding family, the Weasleys, he said, large and warm and entirely trustworthy, who would take Harry in without hesitation. Harry was not opposed to the idea of a roof. He was opposed to the idea of going somewhere because he'd been placed there, which was too much like the Dursleys in structure even if it differed entirely in content. They reached a compromise, of sorts. Harry would come to London. Dumbledore knew a witch, a retired Hogwarts professor named Adeline Marchbanks, no relation to the Examinations Board Marchbanks, who lived in Bloomsbury and had a large house and a tolerance for unusual situations, who would provide room, board, and a degree of oversight without constituting guardianship in any legal sense. Harry could leave if he chose. He'd be enrolled in no system, claimed by no authority. But he'd have walls and a bed and someone to go to if something went wrong. And in return, Harry said. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. This isn't a transaction. Everything is a transaction, Harry said. I'm not being cynical. I'm being accurate. What do you want in return? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then, I want you to go to Hogwarts when you're 11. I want you to be educated in the formal magical tradition, not only in the Codex's methods. And I want, he paused. I want you to be willing to speak with me occasionally. I have made errors in your upbringing that I need to understand better. Talking with you helps me understand them. Harry thought about this. I'll go to Hogwarts, he said. I was probably going to anyway. The Codex has significant gaps on the wand magic side and I'm aware of it. The rest, he looked at Dumbledore over his tea mug. We'll see. Dumbledore extended his hand across the table. Harry shook it. The Codex pulsed warm against his knee, which he took as a reasonable endorsement. Adeline Marchbanks was 73 years old and had the energy of someone half that age and the patience of someone twice it. She was small and brown-skinned and sharp-eyed, with silver hair she wore pinned up badly, and she had 6 cats and an opinion about everything and a clear, unambiguous lack of interest in treating Harry like a charity case. Guest rooms on the 2nd floor, she said, the evening he arrived. Bathroom next to it, don't use the blue towels, those are mine. Breakfast is at 7:30, you cook Tuesdays and Thursdays. House rules, no blood magic inside the house, in the garden is fine, the wards can absorb it, and if you break something, tell me, because I'd rather know than find out. She said this while leading him up the stairs with his bag, which contained the Codex, a second-hand jacket, 2 shirts, and a library book he'd borrowed and forgotten to return, and opened the guest room door. The room was 3 times the size of the cupboard and had a window with a view over a garden and a bed with 4 pillows and a bookshelf that was already half full. Harry stood in the doorway looking at it with a feeling he didn't immediately identify. You don't have to like it, Adeline said, misreading him. I like it, Harry said. The feeling, he identified belatedly, was something close to the opposite of the okayness he'd found in the streets, not freedom but the specific weight of being offered something you hadn't dared want. It's very good. Adeline looked at him for a moment. Then she turned and went back down the stairs, calling over her shoulder, 7:30. Don't be late. He was 2 years with Adeline. They were, he would later think, the most educationally productive years of his life. She was a retired charms professor, which meant she could explain the theoretical architecture of wand magic clearly and without condescension. She didn't teach him spells, he didn't have a wand, but she explained why spells worked the way they did, the underlying logic of intention direction will that governed standard magical practice. Harry absorbed this alongside the Codex's framework and began to see the relationship between them, the way standard magic was a channeled, structured expression of the same fundamental force that blood magic engaged directly and rawly. Standard magic was the river with banks. Blood magic was the water. You understand, Adeline said once, watching him read, that what you're doing with the Codex is considerably more dangerous than wand work. Not because it's dark, I've had that argument with Albus already, but because it has no natural governors. Wand magic will fail before it kills you. Blood magic will keep going until either the working is done or you're empty. I know, Harry said. The Codex says the same thing. It says, know your limit before you reach it, because reaching it first is how you learn you don't have more. Adeline made a face that was either respect or exasperation. Your ancestor was a charming individual. He was direct, Harry said. I appreciate it. She laughed. She had a good laugh, full and sudden and completely unself-conscious. On Saturdays, Dumbledore came for tea. The first few visits were careful on both sides, Harry taking stock of the man, Dumbledore clearly doing the same. By the fourth or fifth visit something had settled, not into warmth exactly but into a mutual acceptance of terms. Dumbledore was interested in Harry. Harry was interested in most things, which included Dumbledore. The old wizard answered questions about the magical world with the detail of someone who knew it exceptionally well and the caution of someone who understood that information had weight. He told Harry about the war. About Voldemort's rise and fall. About his parents, not just how they'd died but who they'd been, which was the part nobody had ever given him, the part Harry had been carrying a blank space around for 9 years. Lily, he said, had been one of the most gifted witches of her generation and had a mind for magic that reminded him, here Dumbledore had paused and looked at Harry thoughtfully, that reminded him somewhat of what he was seeing now. James had been brilliantly talented and deliberately irreverent and had used the second thing as a weapon when he wanted to disguise the first. That sounds familiar, Adeline said from behind her book, not looking up. Harry said nothing, but privately thought that being compared to both parents at once felt like being given something he hadn't known he'd been looking for. It was on one of these Saturdays, when Harry was 10 and spring was making its tentative case in the Bloomsbury garden, that the conversation turned to Hogwarts in a concrete way. "You'll receive your letter in July," Dumbledore said. They were in the sitting room, the windows open, Adeline's cats distributed across every horizontal surface. "When it arrives, Hagrid, I'll go to Diagon Alley myself," Harry said. Dumbledore stopped. "I appreciate the gesture," Harry said. "But I've been navigating by myself for 3 years and I'd rather meet the wizarding world on my own terms. If Hagrid comes, it turns into a production." He considered. "Also, Diagon Alley is in London and I know London. I'll be fine." "Hagrid would very much like to meet you," Dumbledore said, and there was something underneath that sentence that might have been this is important to him. Harry considered. "He can come. He just can't come to collect me. If he wants to meet me in Diagon Alley and show me around, that's different. He doesn't come to the house like I'm a package to be picked up." "That's fair," Dumbledore said. "That is, I think, entirely fair." The letter arrived on a Tuesday in July, as promised, brought by not one owl but 4, simultaneously, which was apparently what happened when your Hogwarts letter had been rerouted and reissued and flagged and failed to find you for 3 years and the enchantment was finally resolving a significant backlog. Harry stood in the hall and watched the owls trying to simultaneously deliver their overlapping letters and eventually took all 4, released the owls, and opened them in reverse chronological order. They all said the same thing. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you." He read the supply list twice, considered the cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, and thought about the codex, and about walking into Hogwarts with a grounding in old magic that predated the school, and felt, simply, ready. He went to Diagon Alley on a Thursday. He'd been through the leaky cauldron once before, on a reconnaissance trip the previous autumn, after Adeline had explained where it was and told him that the barman Tom was, in her assessment, discreet to the point of pathological incuriosity. He'd wanted to know what the magical world looked like before he entered it formally. He'd gone on a Tuesday in October, quiet time, used the unobtrusive working, moved through the alley quickly and watched. It was wonderful in the way that things are wonderful when they are both exactly what you imagined and completely different. The buildings leaning into each other, the windows full of things that moved or gleamed or didn't stay in the shapes they'd been in when you first looked. The people in robes, some elaborate, some sensible, some clearly the result of someone who'd learned to dress from a book written before trousers were invented. The smells, potions, ingredients, paper and ink and leather from flourish and blots, the warm metal smell of Gringotts on the wind. He'd been invisible that first time. This time he walked through the leaky cauldron at 10:30 in the morning and Tom the barman looked up from his glass polishing and then looked again, and did a thing with his face that Harry would see, with variations, all day. Tom's mouth opened. Is that, Harry Potter?" Harry said. "Yes. Could you let me through to the alley?" Tom let him through with the stunned automatic courtesy of a man whose hands were moving without consulting his brain. Harry tapped the bricks in the pattern Adeline had described and stepped through as the archway opened and walked into Diagon Alley on a bright July morning. He made it approximately 40 seconds before someone noticed. It was an older witch with a shopping basket, and she stopped in the middle of the alley and went as white as paper and said, "Merlin's beard," and grabbed the arm of the woman next to her. After that it moved fast, the turning of heads, the words spreading like a wave out from his position, the particular charged silence of a crowd that has stopped what it was doing. Harry walked through it like it was weather. He had places to be. Gringotts first, because that was practical. He had a vault, apparently, and he needed money before he could do anything else. The goblins regarded him with the professional neutrality of beings for whom famous wizards were primarily an accounting concern, which Harry found deeply refreshing. His key had been held by Adeline at Dumbledore's request. He handed it over, got escorted to the vault on a cart that moved with roller coaster enthusiasm, stood in front of the glittering piles of gold that his parents had left him with a feeling he wouldn't try to name, and took what he needed for the school list. He was back in the cart when the goblin, Grip Hook, he'd said his name was, flat and informational, said, "The other vault, Mr. Potter. Will you be visiting that as well?" Harry looked at him. "What other vault?" A pause. "Vault 713. The Dumbledore family registered it to the Potter account 3 weeks ago. Temporary storage." Harry thought about this on the ride back. Then he thought about it while he walked to Madame Malkin's and stood on the fitting stool and let the enchanted measuring tape do its thing while Madame Malkin circled him with pins and the expression of someone who was very much suppressing a great many questions. He thought about what Dumbledore might be storing in his vault, and why, and whether it was related to the protection he'd mentioned briefly, the stone, which he'd referenced once in an oblique way that suggested he thought Harry wasn't picking up on it. Harry had not commented at the time, because he'd been interested to see whether Dumbledore would volunteer the information. He hadn't. Which was informative in itself. "Mr. Potter," Madame Malkin said, then stopped. Harry looked up from his thoughts. There was another boy on the fitting stool at the end of the row, blond and pale with a face that wore its haughtiness the way some faces wear something they've been told is attractive. He was looking at Harry with an expression that was trying to be casual and landing somewhere closer to very interested. "Hogwarts too?" the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said it the way people say names that they believe to be significant. Harry had spent 3 years sleeping in train stations and stealing bread from market stalls and working blood magic under standing stones in Derbyshire, and he had a limited capacity for names as status symbols. "Harry," he said. He watched Draco Malfoy wait for the last name. He watched the moment of recognition when it arrived. Malfoy had clearly looked at the scar, the glasses, the black hair, and had already known, but hearing just Harry with no last name offered had clearly done something to his expected social script. "You're Potter," Draco said. "Harry Potter. That's the general consensus, yes." Draco was looking at him with an intensity that was clearly trying to sort Harry into a category. The wizarding world's most famous orphan was standing in a robe fitting in Diagon Alley, apparently alone, apparently unbothered by the fact that every head in the shop had swiveled in his direction. He didn't fit the shape of what Draco was clearly expecting. "My father says you'll be famous at Hogwarts," Draco said. "He says everyone will want to know you." "Your father might be right," Harry said. "Does that bother him?" Draco blinked. "Why would it bother him?" "I don't know," Harry said. "He mentions me to you, though." "That's interesting." He watched Draco process this. It was interesting. The boy clearly had intelligence, behind the performance of status. The performance was the problem, but that was his family's problem more than his own, Harry suspected. Madame Malkin stepped between them with pins and put an end to the conversation, but Harry caught Draco's eye as he stepped down from the stool, and saw in it something he recognized, the specific look of someone trying to recalibrate. He was in flourish and blots, working his way through the school list, when Hagrid found him. He'd known Hagrid was coming, Dumbledore had said so, and he'd spotted the half-giant roughly 20 seconds after entering the bookshop because Hagrid was, objectively, difficult to miss. He was enormous in the way that natural features are enormous, not threatening, just fundamentally occupying more space than the architecture had accounted for. He had a beard in which several small birds could have nested, and the expression of a man who has been told something is very important and is feeling the weight of it. He pushed through the shop, knocking a display of a history of magic into a tottering lean, and stopped in front of Harry with an expression that was, and Harry felt something shift, unexpectedly, in his chest, the expression of someone who had known someone else he'd loved very much, and who was seeing their face with unexpected suddenness. "Harry," Hagrid said. His voice was rough. "I'm Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys at Hogwarts. I knew your parents." "I know," Harry said. "Dumbledore told me. He said you were there the night they died. I was the one who, I took Ye from the house. I was the one who brought Ye to," he stopped. Cleared his throat. His eyes were very bright. "I'm glad you're all right. I was worried, all them years you were, gone." Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Do you want to help me pick the rest of my books? I've got Advanced Transfiguration Theory versus the Standard Book of Spells as a choice and I could use a second opinion." Hagrid's face did something complicated and warm. "I'd like that," he said. "I'd like that very much." They spent an hour in the bookshop and another hour working through the rest of Diagon Alley, and Hagrid told him about Hogwarts with the enthusiasm of someone describing a place they loved. Harry listened and asked good questions and watched Hagrid's face when he talked about Dumbledore, the specific shine of uncomplicated loyalty, the warmth of someone whose world had been organized by this one person's goodness. Harry didn't share the uncomplicated part, but he understood what it was and didn't begrudge it. They had ice cream at Florian Fortescue's. Hagrid had an enormous sundae. Harry had a single scoop of blackcurrant and the codex open on the table and a question that had been building since the morning. "Hagrid," he said. "What's being stored in Gringotts Vault 713? Hagrid's spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. "I can't, Harry, I can't tell ya that. You know, though." Hagrid set down his spoon and looked profoundly uncomfortable. "It's secret. Important. Dumbledore's business." Harry nodded. He'd gotten the confirmation he was actually after, that Hagrid knew, which meant it was Hogwarts related, which meant it was something being moved into Hogwarts under protection. He filed it alongside what he already knew and let the matter drop, because Hagrid wasn't the person he'd need to ask. The sun was going down over London when he got back to Bloomsbury. Adeline was in the garden with her cats and a glass of wine and the long-established composure of someone who had learned not to anticipate Harry's days. "Good," she said. Harry sat down on the garden wall and put the codex on his knee. "Very interesting," he said. She raised her glass in a toast. One of the cats came and sat on the codex, which it did sometimes, and which Harry tolerated because cats, unlike most things, didn't ask him to explain himself. He watched the garden go dark, and thought about September, and about a castle in Scotland, and about a stone in a vault that Dumbledore clearly thought he needed protection. The codex pulsed warm under the cat. Harry pressed his palm flat against the cover and felt the slow pulse back, steady as a heartbeat, old as the blood in his veins. The shape of things was coming clear. The thread connecting him to Voldemort was still there, thin and cold at the edge of his awareness, and it had gotten, over the past weeks, very slightly stronger. Whatever was coming, it was coming for September. He was ready for September. Chapter 3, The Language of Old Things. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross on the 1st of September at exactly 11 o'clock, and Harry was on it 20 minutes early. He'd said goodbye to Adeline at the house. She'd handed him a wrapped package at the door. Inside was a book, Practical Applications of Ancient Binding Theory, 3rd edition, with her handwriting in the margins on roughly every other page. He'd looked at it and then at her, and she'd said, "Don't get sentimental," it was taking up space, and gone back inside and closed the door. He'd stood on the front step for a moment with the book against his chest and then put it carefully in his bag next to the codex and walked to the tube. Platform 9 and 3/4 was, as advertised, through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He'd read about it in one of the books Adeline had given him, a casual mention in a history of magical transport infrastructure. He walked through the barrier without hesitating and emerged onto the platform with the particular satisfaction of a working theory confirmed. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and enormous and breathing steam into the cool September morning, and the platform was a controlled chaos of trunks and owls and families conducting the specific emotional calculus of public goodbyes. Harry stood for a moment and watched. A family of redheads near the far end of the platform, easily 6 or 7 of them in various sizes, was generating a volume of noise disproportionate even to their numbers. A woman with a severe black bun was handing a crying first year off to an older student. 2 boys were levitating their trunks with the casual ease of people who'd grown up doing it, which Harry noted with the specific interest of someone who had not yet tried wand magic. He found an empty compartment near the front of the train, stowed his trunk, and sat down with the codex. He'd been reading for 15 minutes when the compartment door opened. The girl who stood there was small and brown-haired and had the posture of someone prepared for social rejection, shoulders slightly braced, chin lifted just enough to suggest she'd thought about this, holding a large book against her chest the way a shield gets held. She looked at Harry, looked at the empty seats, and said, with the careful formality of someone who had rehearsed social interactions more than they'd practiced them, "Is this compartment taken? The others are rather full." "No," Harry said. "Come in." She came in and sat down across from him and immediately opened her book, which suggested she was either genuinely absorbed in it or using it as cover, and Harry's assessment was the latter because her eyes weren't moving the way eyes move when they're actually reading. He went back to the codex. After about 3 minutes she said, from behind her book, "Is that written in English?" Harry looked up. She was looking at the codex over the top of her book with the specific hunger of someone who has been trying not to ask a question and has run out of restraint. "Mostly," he said. "Some of it's in older languages. Some of it's in something that isn't exactly a language." "What does that mean?" "It means it communicates through sensation rather than words, sometimes." He considered. "Like the difference between someone telling you a fire is hot and putting your hand near a fire." She put her book down. She was doing the thing people did when they stopped pretending to do one thing and admitted they were doing another. "What is it?" "A grimoire," Harry said. "My family's." Her eyes widened. Not the starstruck wide, something more interesting than that, more academic. "A real grimoire?" "Not a spell book, an actual grimoire, yes." He looked at her. "Hermione Granger." She blinked. "How did you know?" "Adeline Marchbanks knows your parents. She mentioned you. Said you were going to Hogwarts this year and would likely be someone worth talking to." He paused. "She said you had read the entirety of Hogwarts, a history and had opinions about the inaccuracies in Chapter 7. Hermione's expression cycled through several stages rapidly: surprise, pleasure at being described as worth talking to, the specific complicated feeling of having been discussed by someone before meeting them. "The chapter on the enchanted ceilings has a fundamental error about the casting date," she said. "The second edition corrected it, but most libraries still have the first." "I noticed that too," Harry said. "Third edition has it right." Silence. Not uncomfortable, the silence of 2 people recalibrating upward simultaneously. "You're Harry Potter," she said. Not the way most people had been saying it, not the breathless recognition of fame version. More like she was stating a fact she'd sorted correctly and was satisfied about. "Yes." "Adeline Marchbanks is your guardian?" "Not exactly. She provided a home for 2 years. There's a distinction." He tilted his head. "You've done your reading. The wizarding world has been somewhat agitated about you for 3 years, Hermione said, in the tone of someone summarizing a research topic. "You disappeared from your guardians when you were 5 and nobody could find you, and Dumbledore was apparently beside himself. There have been pieces in the Prophet about it. Mostly speculation." She paused. I don't read the prophet for news. I read it for data. Harry almost smiled. What's the difference? The prophet tells you what it thinks you should believe. The data, the facts underneath the framing, tells you what's actually happening. She said this with the confidence of a 12-year-old who has had this exact argument with adults before and won it often enough to stop second-guessing herself. The data suggests you were fine, actually, and had more control over the situation than anyone was comfortable admitting. That's accurate, Harry said. They looked at each other. Something settled, the specific settlement of two people who have established, with economy, that they're on the same level. Harry had met a great many people in 3 years of traveling and could count on one hand the ones who hadn't, at some point, required him to slow down so they could keep up. He extended his hand across the compartment. Harry. She shook it. Hermione. And then, because she was Hermione, so what does the grimoire actually teach? Beyond what you described? He told her. He'd told Adeline and he'd told Dumbledore and he'd told no one else, but Hermione Granger had read the wrong chapter of Hogwarts, a history, and caught the error on a casting date, and Harry's working theory about who was worth talking to had not failed him yet. He told her about the workings, the seal, the warmth, the unobtrusive working, and about Aldrich's framework of blood intent threshold, and about the way the codex communicated, pages appearing in response to questions, the sense of something like a personality embedded in the structure. Hermione listened with the focused stillness of someone to whom listening was an active rather than passive activity. Twice she started to ask something and stopped herself, holding it until he'd finished. When he was done she was quiet for a moment and then said, "The threshold principle, that's close to what Flitwick describes as foundational intent in his paper on advanced charms. He says most witches and wizards never engage the foundational layer because wand magic sits above it and you don't need to. But in theory, if you access the foundational layer directly, you get better resolution," Harry said. "More precise. But less reliable if your intent is unclear. Because there's nothing mediating between you and the magic." "Exactly." She picked up her book again, then put it straight back down. "I've read 6 books on magical theory since I found out I was a witch, and none of them describe that. They all treat wand magic as the starting point, not as a layer over something else. Because wand magic is safe," Harry said. "Accessible, teachable, reliable. What's under it is none of those things unless you have blood right to it," Hermione finished. "Like you do." She said it without resentment, which was the correct response. It was a fact, not a hierarchy. "Does the Codex have anything about non-blood access? Theoretical access to foundational magic without the inherited component?" Harry looked at her. "I haven't asked. Could you?" He opened the Codex and wrote, in the margin of a page about layered workings, "Can someone without direct blood right access foundational magic?" He closed it. "We'll see if there's a response," he said. They talked for 3 hours, which was the length of the journey to Hogsmeade, and covered magical theory at a foundational level, the historical relationship between blood magic and what later became goblin metallurgy, Hermione's thoughts on the failures of the Hogwarts curriculum as described in Hogwarts, a history, and Harry's observations about the difference between the wizarding world and the muggle world as someone who had spent time genuinely inside both. Hermione said, at one point, "Most wizards are oddly incurious about the muggle world." "Most wizards are oddly incurious about a lot of things," Harry said. "The magical world has a tendency to mistake tradition for understanding." Hermione looked at him with an expression he'd recognize over time as her specific "someone has said the exact thing I've been thinking and I'm adjusting my assessment of them" upward face. "Yes," she said. "Exactly." The compartment door had opened once more, briefly, about an hour into the journey. A round-faced boy who'd stumbled in with his robes half-twisted and an expression of someone who had been having a difficult day before the day had properly started. "Sorry," he said, looking between them. I've lost my toad." "Has anyone seen a toad?" "No," Harry said. "What does it look like?" "Like a toad," the boy said, and then looked mortified. "Sorry." That's not, it's brown. Medium-sized. His name is Trevor. We'll keep a watch for him, Harry said. If you check through the rest of the train and don't find him, come back, and we can help. The boy, Neville, he said, when Harry asked. Neville Longbottom looked at them both with the slightly stunned expression of someone who has been expecting to be dismissed and hasn't been. He went to continue his search, and Harry watched him go with a thought he didn't say aloud, about the way people wore their expectations on their faces. He seemed nervous, Hermione observed. He's been nervous his whole life, probably, Harry said. Someone's told him he's not very good at things. You got that from 30 Seconds. I got that from his robes, Harry said. They're slightly too big and slightly too new, bought for Hogwarts, probably by a family who wanted him to look right. Everything else about him said he was apologizing for existing. That's a family thing, not a nature thing. Hermione turned this over. You notice people, she said. Specifically. I had a lot of time to observe, Harry said, when I was the kind of person nobody thought to observe back. She looked at him for a moment with something that was trying to be just analytical and wasn't quite making it. Then she opened her book and actually read it this time, which Harry took as a form of comfort. The boats across the Black Lake were beautiful and cold, the castle enormous above them in the dark, torchlight in every window. Harry sat in his boat with Hermione and let the sight of it hit him without managing or mitigating. He'd been to plenty of places. He'd stood under standing stones at midnight and felt old magic move through the earth. He'd slept in decommissioned railway stations and woken up to frost on the windows and felt, absurdly, at home. This was different. Hogwarts was not a building. It was a presence, something that radiated awareness the way the Codex radiated warmth, the way a very old mind radiates thought. Harry felt at the moment the boats rounded the bend and the castle came full into view. The magic in the stones was stratified, layer on layer, 1,000 years of accumulated intent. The Codex pulsed against his side through his bag with a recognition that seemed, almost enthusiastic. Hermione was doing what she always did with new information, absorbing it with a kind of total attention. It's bigger than the illustrations, she said. Yes, Harry said. And older, she said. I can feel it's old. Harry looked at her. You feel that? Don't you? Yes, he said. But I expected you couldn't, you're Muggle-born, the foundational layer, I don't know what it is, Hermione said, honest and direct. I've felt it since I got my letter. Like, background warmth. I thought everyone felt it. Harry turned this over. He looked down at the dark water and filed it next to the question he'd written in the Codex's margins. Then the boats were landing and there was no more time. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall. She was exactly what she looked like, which was, in Harry's assessment, someone who had decided a long time ago that being exactly what you looked like was the most efficient way to operate. She explained the sorting with the crisp efficiency of someone delivering information they delivered many times and didn't feel the need to embellish. Harry listened. He'd read about the sorting hat. He'd read about the 4 houses. He had opinions. He felt McGonagall's eyes on him twice during her address. He met them both times without expression, and she moved on. The sorting was alphabetical, which meant Hermione went before Harry. She sat under the hat for less than a minute before it called Gryffindor, which Harry had expected. She came off the stool with her chin up and a brightness in her expression that was mostly confidence and just slightly relief, and sat down at the Gryffindor table where people were applauding because they recognized the name as famous parents, which Hermione didn't know yet and Harry suspected would be complicated when she found out. Neville went before Harry too. The hat took nearly 3 minutes on Neville, long enough that the hall went slightly quiet with the particular attention of an audience watching something unexpected. When it finally called Gryffindor, Neville's relief was so visible it was almost a physical thing. He all but fell off the stool. Harry caught his eye from across the hall and gave him a single nod, and watched something straighten slightly in Neville's spine. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin inside 10 seconds. Harry watched it happen and thought, of course, and also, the hat didn't even try. Potter, Harry. The hall was already doing the thing halls do, the rustling wave of people turning, the whispers. Harry walked to the stool with the same pace he'd used walking through Diagon Alley, and sat, and the hat came down over his eyes. Darkness. And then a voice, low and thoughtful and unlike any voice he'd heard, because it wasn't coming through the air but through the inside of his head. Well, it said. This is unusual. Is it? Harry thought back. I have sorted 11-year-olds for a very long time, the hat said. I have never sorted one who has had a 3-year head start. A pause. He had the sense of something old and attentive moving through the layers of his memory, not intrusively but with the careful confidence of something that had done this 10,000 times. You've been reading since you were 5. Thinking since before that. Acting, since before that, too. The seal, Harry thought. Indeed. The hat seemed to settle, comfortable. You're brave, genuinely, not performatively. You're clever in a way that goes past book learning. You have loyalty that is earn-specific rather than general, which is rare. And you have ambition, not power ambition, not the Slytherin kind, but the ambition of someone who intends to understand everything. Guilty, Harry thought. Most difficult cases are between two houses, the hat said. You are difficult because you are legitimately all 4. But the sorting is not about balance, it is about where a person's deepest self will thrive. And your deepest self, another pause. Harry had the strange sense of something smiling. Your deepest self is the boy who sealed a house at age 5 and walked out the front door. That is not cunning. That is not ambition for its own sake. That is someone who refuses to be contained. Gryffindor, then. I was going to say that, the hat said, with something that was definitely amusement. But I want to say something else first. Go ahead. The magic you carry is older than this school. Be careful with it. Not because it's dangerous, though it is, but because Hogwarts has not seen its like in a very long time, and there are people here who will not understand it and will be afraid of what they don't understand. I've been dealing with that my whole life, Harry said. Yes, the hat said. I know. And then, loudly enough for the hall to hear, Gryffindor. The roar that went up from the Gryffindor table was enormous. Harry handed the hat back to McGonagall, who was looking at him with a very carefully composed expression, and walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Hermione. Long time, she said. It had thoughts, Harry said. Good thoughts. Interesting ones. She accepted this. On her other side, Neville was sitting with the specific careful stillness of someone saving a seat through body language rather than words. Harry leaned forward and looked at him past Hermione. Trevor, he said. Neville's face broke into something like a sunrise. One of the ghosts found him, he said. In the 5th-year boys' bathroom. He's fine. Good, Harry said, and meant it. The feast appeared and the hall got loud and Harry ate and observed. The professors at the head table, he identified most of them from descriptions in books. McGonagall, Transfiguration, evidently Gryffindor head. Flitwick, Charms, small and precise. Sprout, Herbology, who had potting soil on her robes even at the feast, which Harry found admirable. Dumbledore at the center, who caught Harry's eye and gave a small nod that contained more information than it appeared to. And Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts, the book said, though Adeline had told him privately that Quirrell had been away the previous year on some kind of sabbatical and had come back different. Changed. She'd said the word with a specific careful neutrality that told him she meant it worse than it sounded. Harry looked at the man, nervous, stuttering, the purple turban, and felt the thread. The cold thread he'd been aware of for 3 years, the connection to Voldemort that ran beneath his scar like a current. It had been distant and thin and barely perceptible for most of that time, fluctuating, present but dormant. Now, sitting 30 feet from Quirinus Quirrell at the start of term feast, it spiked. Not dramatically. Not painfully, but unmistakably, a sharpening, a specificity of direction. Harry looked at Quirrell and felt the thread pull. He looked away before Quirrell could notice him looking, and reached under the table and pressed his hand against the codex through his bag. The book was very warm. He ate his roast chicken and listened to Hermione explain to Neville why the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall was based on a particularly elegant piece of three-dimensional weather anchoring that dated to the 11th century, and thought about what a Voldemort felt like, and how close one had to get before the difference between a thread-like connection and a problem became functionally significant. He thought, soon. The dormitory was in Gryffindor Tower, as expected. He had a bed with red curtains and a trunk at the foot of it and a window that looked out over the grounds, the dark mass of the forbidden forest at the edge of visibility, the lake catching the moonlight. The other boys in his year were Ron Weasley, one of the red-headed mass from King's Cross, loud and easy and immediately likable in a way that required no effort, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville, who appeared to be placing his Toad-related belongings with an attention to Trevor's comfort that suggested Trevor had the better end of the dormitory arrangement. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that was starstruck and trying very hard not to be. Harry looked back without performing modesty or ease. "My brothers talk about you," Ron said. "The disappearing. Fred and George had a bet on where you'd gone. What did they think? Fred thought you'd gone to sea. George thought you were living with trolls." Ron paused. "George won, technically, because muggles aren't that different from trolls," he said. Fred argued the maritime law angle for about a week. Harry did laugh at that, a real one, unexpected. Ron looked pleased with himself. "Not trolls," Harry said. "London, mostly. And Edinburgh. Derbyshire for a bit." "By yourself?" "Yes." Ron processed this with the expression of someone who had grown up in a house so full of people that by yourself was an abstract concept. "Wasn't it lonely?" Harry thought about the library in Glasgow. The standing stones at midnight. The cat sitting on the codex. "Sometimes," he said honestly. "But most things are worth something and cost something. It cost lonely. It was worth it." Ron was quiet for a moment, turning this over with visible effort. Then, "Fair enough," he said, which was exactly the right response. Harry liked Ron Weasley. He lay in bed that night with the curtains open and the codex on his chest, feeling the castle around him, its age, its layers of magic, its particular sentient-adjacent quality that he'd felt in the boats and felt now much more specifically. Hogwarts was aware of him. He was fairly certain about this. It wasn't threatening, it was more like being looked at by something large and old and currently assessing. He opened the codex. A new page had appeared. Aldrich's writing, "You're in the castle." Harry wrote, "Yes. It knows you." The castle's foundational magic and the codex are related, both drawn from the same old current. Don't be alarmed if the building seems to cooperate with you. It has been a long time since it had someone to cooperate with. Harry lay back. Above him the castle breathed, not literally, but in the way that very old and very alive things breathe, slow and deep and entirely unself-conscious. He pressed his palm to the floor through the mattress and felt it back, warm stone, deep foundations, 1,000 years of accumulated intent. The magic of the place moved against his like a greeting. Hello, he thought at it. He felt slightly absurd thinking at a building. The stone under his hand warmed by 1 degree precisely. Which was, Harry thought, a perfectly judged response. He slept better than he had in 3 years. The first week of classes was an exercise in patience, which Harry had more of than he'd expected to have. The curriculum was, not beneath him, exactly, but aimed at a starting point he'd long since passed in some directions and hadn't reached in others. Charms was interesting because the theory finally had a practical application with a wand in his hand, and his wand, 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather, which Ollivander had handed to him with a very particular expression and the observation that they'd been expecting each other, responded to his intentions with a sharpness that made Flitwick pause and watch during the feather levitation exercise. Potions was Professor Snape, who wore disdain as a working outfit and deployed sarcasm with the precision of a tool rather than the indulgence of a habit. He fixed on Harry immediately, at the start of the first class, standing at the front of the dungeon with the cold attention of someone who had been waiting to form an opinion. "Potter," Snape said. "Fame apparently isn't everything. Let's see if you can live up to it." He asked about Bezoars, about Wolfsbane, about Aconite, the quick-fire quiz he clearly used to establish dominance in the classroom. Harry answered all three flatly and correctly and watched Snape recalibrate with the specific controlled displeasure of someone who had expected a different result. Hermione, who had also known all three answers and had been silently vibrating with the effort of not calling out, looked at Harry afterward with an expression that combined appreciation and competitive reassessment. "Snape doesn't like you," she said. "Snape doesn't like my father," Harry said. "I'm the nearest available substitute." "How do you know that?" "Adeline mentioned it. Also Dumbledore," obliquely. "Also the way Snape said my name, there's a history in it." Hermione filed this with the systematic efficiency she applied to all new information. "Is it going to be a problem?" "Only for him," Harry said. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who taught with the rigorous clarity of someone who had no patience for imprecision and considerable patience for genuine effort. She turned her desk into a pig and back before anyone had sat down, establishing both competence and expectations with a single demonstration. Harry appreciated the efficiency. He also noticed that she watched him, specifically, in a way that suggested she was waiting to see something, or waiting to confirm something she already suspected. He transfigured his matchstick into a needle on the third attempt, which was, apparently, notably fast for a first lesson. McGonagall examined it without expression and gave him a single approving nod that, from McGonagall, was the equivalent of a standing ovation. Neville struggled. His matchstick remained resolutely a matchstick through the whole lesson, acquiring only a faintly metallic sheen toward the end. Harry, who'd finished his own task and had time to observe, noticed the way Neville gripped his wand, tight and anxious, which was the problem, the grip translating anxiety directly into the magic. He leaned over. "Looser," he said quietly. "In your grip. You're not restraining it, you're guiding it." Neville looked at him. Then loosened his grip. On his next attempt, the matchstick shivered and went silver at one end, and Neville's face did the sunrise thing again, and Harry turned back to his own work before anyone could make it a production. The defense against the dark arts classroom smelled wrong. Harry noticed it the moment he walked in, not a bad smell exactly, more like an absence of something that should have been there. A cold quality in the air, like a room that doesn't get enough light. Quirrell stood at the front, stuttering through an introduction to the theory of defensive spellwork, a full purple turban wound around his head and his eyes moving too fast. He was frightened of the class, which might have been just anxiety or might have been something else. Harry sat in the middle of the room where he could see the front and the back and kept the codex in his bag and kept his awareness very deliberately resting. The thread. It was here, in this room, consistent and directed. Not imagined. The cold specific pull of it pointing at the back of Quirrell's turban with an accuracy that Harry found, despite everything, slightly unsettling. Not because he was afraid of it. Because of what it implied about what was inside the turban. After class, in the corridor, Hermione fell into step with him. She'd noticed his stillness during the lesson, she noticed everything. "The defense classroom," she said. Something felt strange. Harry looked at her sideways. "You felt that too?" "Cold," she said. "And the professor seemed wrong. Not just nervous. Wrong." Harry thought about the baseline of Hermione's magical sensitivity, about the warmth she'd described feeling from the castle, about the question he'd written in the codex margins. He thought about foundational access without blood right and about a Muggleborn who'd been reading about magic since before she got her letter and had apparently been feeling its basement layer since she arrived. "Hermione," he said. "What you feel when the castle feels warm, does it feel the same way it did at home? Before Hogwarts? She stopped walking. The corridor stream parted around them with the practiced indifference of students who had somewhere to be. Her face had the look of someone suddenly connecting two things that had been separate. No, she said slowly. At home it felt like background. Like weather. Here it feels like a language I'm starting to understand. She looked at him. What are you thinking? I'm thinking you should come to the library with me tonight, Harry said. I have a question I asked the Codex 3 days ago and I think the answer came in last night and I'd like your take on it. She was beside him before he'd finished the sentence. The library answer, when he opened the Codex to the page he'd flagged, read, Foundational magic does not require bloodright. It requires depth of intent. Bloodright is simply the most reliable path to depth of intent, because blood is already fully committed, it doesn't equivocate. Someone without bloodright can access the foundational layer if their intent is equally absolute. This is rare. It requires a quality of attention and a quality of wanting that most people are taught, over time, to dilute. Harry turned the book so Hermione could read it. He watched her read it. He watched her read it again. Then she sat very still for a moment, and her face did something that was private and enormous and resolved very quickly back into composure. That's me, she said. Or, it could be. I think it is, Harry said. I think you've been doing it without a framework. Which is both impressive and probably why the defense classroom registered to you. What's wrong with the defense classroom, she said, and her voice was even and direct because she'd already guessed and wanted confirmation, not preparation. Quirrell, Harry said. He's not alone in that body. The silence in the library was very loud. Voldemort, she said. That's my reading, Harry said. And Dumbledore doesn't know. Dumbledore knows something is at Hogwarts, Harry said, thinking of Vault 713, now emptied into whatever was hidden in the school. He may not know Voldemort is already inside it. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, working through the implications with the systematic efficiency that Harry had already come to rely on. So what do we do, she said. Harry looked at her across the Codex, in the quiet of the library at 9 o'clock on a Thursday evening in their first week of school, and thought about 3 years of learning to be ready, and about the castle that had warmed under his palm like a greeting, and about the cold thread that connected him to something that had been dormant for 10 years and was now 30 feet away in a classroom that smelled wrong. We learn, he said. Everything we can. As fast as we can. And when the time is right, he paused. We're already better at this than anyone knows. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Then she opened her notebook to a fresh page. Right, she said. Start from the beginning. Tell me everything you know about the connection between you and Voldemort. Outside, Hogwarts settled into its evening, the portraits murmuring, the staircases shifting, the vast old stones holding their warmth against the September dark. And somewhere in the castle's deep foundation, older than the school itself, older than almost anything, the current that ran beneath all magic moved steady and slow as a tide. Harry felt it. Hermione, across the table, went very still with a look on her face like someone hearing a piece of music for the first time. The Codex opened, on its own, to a blank page. Chapter 4, What Moves in the Dark. October arrived with rain and the specific misery of Scottish autumn, cold that came in sideways, wet that got into everything, mornings so dark that the great hall's enchanted ceiling showed nothing but grey on grey on grey. The castle responded to the season by turning inward, the fires burning hotter, the corridors smelling of wood smoke and damp wool, the ghosts drifting through walls with the aimless energy of people who had nothing better to do in bad weather. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 5 weeks and had developed opinions about most of it. Charms was genuinely good, Flitwick taught with an enthusiasm that never felt performed, and the underlying theory connected cleanly to what Harry already understood about intent and direction. He'd moved ahead of the class on every practical exercise, not by performing but simply by approaching each spell the way the Codex had taught him to approach workings, with absolute clarity of intent rather than mechanical repetition of the wand movement. Flitwick had stopped him after the third lesson and asked, very quietly, where he'd studied before Hogwarts. Harry had said independently, which was true, and Flitwick had looked at him over his tiny spectacles with an expression of professional delight and gone back to his desk and not said anything else, which Harry appreciated. Transfiguration was harder and better for being harder. McGonagall's curriculum demanded precision in a different way, not just intent but geometry, the exact spatial understanding of what you were asking matter to do. Harry had to work at it, which he found he'd missed. The working at something feeling. Hermione was better at transfiguration than him, which was also good, it meant their study sessions went both ways. Neville was better at herbology than either of them, which nobody else had noticed yet. Harry had noticed on the third day. They'd had a double herbology period with the Hufflepuffs, Sprout moving through the greenhouse with her practical warmth and her inexhaustible knowledge of things that grew, and Neville had stood at his workbench and been a completely different person. The nervousness was gone. The apologetic hunch of his spine, the half-raised hand that came down before asking anything, all of it simply wasn't there. He moved through the plants with confident hands and explained to the girl next to him, unprompted, why you had to grip the mandrakes from the base and not the leaves, and he was right, and Sprout heard him and said, exactly so, Mr. Longbottom, and Neville went slightly pink but didn't deflate the way he deflated from most attention. Harry had told him afterward, you should stop apologizing in advance. Neville had looked at him. What? You walk into every room already sorry for being there. It's unnecessary. You're the best person in the school at herbology and you've been here 5 weeks. Stop apologizing. Neville's mouth had opened and closed twice. I'm not, I don't, you do, Harry said, not unkindly. It's a habit. Habits can change. He hadn't pushed it further. He'd said what was true and left Neville to work out what to do with it, because the working out was the important part and you couldn't do it for someone else. He and Hermione had been meeting in the library every other evening for 3 weeks now, rotating between magical theory and practical notes on Quirrell. The Quirrell situation was developing in ways that Harry found increasingly concerning, not because Voldemort being present was surprising, he'd already established that, but because of the how of it. He'd been refining his understanding of the connection, sitting in defense class twice a week and using the time productively since Quirrell's lectures were, to put it generously, educational only in demonstrating the limits of a frightened man. The thread between him and Voldemort was not static. It pulsed, occasionally, and when it pulsed he felt Quirrell's discomfort spike simultaneously, a coincidence of timing that happened consistently enough to be causal rather than correlational. Something about Quirrell being near Harry was unpleasant for whatever was sharing his body. Harry filed this and did not exploit it yet, because exploiting it was a tactic and tactics were best deployed when you understood the whole board. He'd written about it in the Codex. The connection causes him discomfort when proximity is sustained. Why? The response came 2 days later, blood protection. Your mother's sacrifice is embedded in your blood and therefore in your magic. What inhabits Quirrell is pure dark magic, spirit, intention, no body, no natural shielding. Direct extended contact with the protection in your blood would cause genuine damage. The reason Voldemort has not attacked you directly is not caution. It is physical limitation. Harry read this twice. Then he wrote, so if I touched Quirrell directly, do not test that in an uncontrolled situation, the Codex said, very firmly, which was the most emphatic thing Aldrich's writing had ever been. Not without understanding what the cost would be to you. Protection magic that damages dark magic draws on the source of the protection. Your mother's sacrifice is not an unlimited resource. Understand the parameters before you act. Harry had sat with this for 4 days, which was longer than he usually sat with things before forming a plan. He'd told Hermione about the touch repulsion element and watched her work through the implications in real time. It's like a chemical reaction, she'd said. The protection in your blood is structurally incompatible with whatever Voldemort is now. Contact equals reaction. But reactions have byproducts. The byproduct is the question, Harry said. The byproduct is probably pain, she said, with the calm of someone stating a fact rather than a consequence. On both sides. The question is the ratio. I can handle pain, Harry said. I know, Hermione said. That's not the part I'm worried about. They sat with that for a moment. Outside the library windows, rain moved against the glass in sheets. We need to know what's actually being protected, Harry said. In the school. Whatever came out of Vault 713, it's here, and Quirrell is here, and those two facts are not a coincidence. It has to be through the third-floor corridor, Hermione said. Dumbledore specifically forbade anyone to go there at the start of term speech. That's not a deterrent for someone who actually intends to get there, it's a sign that someone with authority feels the need to explicitly mark the boundary. Which means it's known to students that something is there, Harry said. Which means Dumbledore wants it known, not hidden. Which means the protection isn't secrecy. It's bait, Hermione said. Harry looked at her. Maybe. Or it's a test, she said. Or both. Those aren't mutually exclusive. The rain continued. A second year at the next table was struggling with a transfiguration essay and had been for 45 minutes. Harry had watched the struggle with peripheral awareness and finally, without looking up from his own work, said, "Your core argument is in the fourth paragraph. Move it to the second and the rest follows," and the second year had stared at him, rearranged the essay, and disappeared with a look of profound relief. Hermione looked at him sideways. "You do that," she said. "Do what?" "Help people as if it's incidental. Like it's part of the furniture." Harry considered this. "It takes 2 seconds," he said. "Most people don't," she said. "Most people are performing their own thoughts loudly enough that they don't notice anyone else's," Harry said. He closed his book. "What are you doing this weekend?" "Studying," she said. "Besides that." "More studying," she said, and her tone had the slight defensive quality it got when she thought she was being criticized for something she wasn't going to apologize for. "I'm asking because I want to walk the third-floor corridor on Saturday night," Harry said. "I want you to come." The defensive quality evaporated. "What time?" she said. The corridor on a Saturday night was quiet with the specific quiet of a space that's been put under instruction, not natural silence but imposed silence, the quiet of a no-entry sign made audible. The door at the end of the corridor was locked. Harry had the Codex's framework for threshold workings and the lock was, in Aldrich's terminology, a courtesy rather than a commitment, a lock that trusted people to observe it rather than a lock that prevented passage. He put his hand on the door and felt the working underneath the mechanical lock, a simple repelling charm, Flitwick's architecture, recognizable now that Harry knew what Flitwick's magic felt like from 5 weeks of charms class. He didn't open the lock. He pressed his thumb to the door frame and felt through it the way you feel through the water in a pool to sense what's beneath. Hermione stood next to him with her wand in her hand, not performing readiness, just actually ready, which was the relevant distinction. "Multiple layers," Harry said quietly. "At least 3 workings between here and whatever's at the bottom." "How far does the space go?" she said. "Stairs," he said. "It goes down. The foundational magic in the building is denser below this point, like pressure increasing with depth." He lifted his hand from the door. "Dumbledore built this to resist someone coming from outside. The layers are oriented outward." Hermione processed this. "So Voldemort trying to get in from the corridor level would hit those layers head-on." "Yes. But if someone were already inside the castle, and knew how the protections were structured, the approach would be different," she finished. "From inside, from beneath, stop," said a voice behind them. They turned. Peeves the poltergeist hung in the air at the corridor junction, watching them with his unnerving luminous glee, the particular delight of something that has found leverage. "Ickle first ties out of bed after hours," he sang. "Ickle Potter and the Swatty girl, up to naughty things, Peeves," Harry said. He looked at the poltergeist with the same expression he'd use looking at anything that needed to be assessed. "You can report us or you can be useful. I think you'd find being useful more interesting. Peeves opened his mouth for the next verse and stopped. He tilted his head. The glee took on a different quality, something thoughtful, which on Peeves was deeply unsettling. Potter speaks to Peevesy like he knows Peevesy, he said. I know that you've been in this castle for 400 years and you see everything and most people treat you like furniture, Harry said. That seems like a waste. The poltergeist went very still. It was possibly the strangest thing Harry had seen at Hogwarts, and the competition was substantial. What does Peevesy get? The poltergeist said. His voice had lost the sing-song quality. He was, underneath the performance, something old and strange and genuinely curious. Tell me what you've seen near this corridor at night, Harry said. And I won't seal you to the astronomy tower, which I could do. He said it flatly, as a fact rather than a threat. Which it was. The threshold sealing principle the Codex had taught him worked on spaces as well as doors, and Peeves moved through the castle like a current through wire. Blocking the current was achievable. Harry had no desire to do it, but Peeves should know the option existed. The poltergeist looked at him for a long, strange moment. Then he drifted closer, his voice dropping to something conspiratorial, which was also deeply unsettling. The stuttering professor, Peeves said. Comes at night. Different walk than daytime. Daytime he goes like he's apologizing. Nighttime he goes like he's hunting. How often? Twice since school started. Goes to the door. Stands there. Comes away. Peeves smiled, and it was not his usual smile, it was something older and more honest. Whatever is behind that door, it pushes back. Yes, Harry said. It does. Thank you. He turned and walked back toward the main staircase. Hermione followed. Peeves hung in the corridor behind them, watching, and when Harry glanced back the poltergeist was doing something with his expression that might, on a human face, have been respect. In the stairwell, Hermione said, You threatened a poltergeist with blood magic. I told a poltergeist the truth about what I could do, Harry said. The distinction matters. Does it? Yes, he said. A threat implies I wanted to do it. I don't. I just needed him to know the balance of the conversation. She thought about this as they went up 2 flights. He called it hunting, she said. The way Quirrell walks at night. Yes. So Voldemort is directing Quirrell to the corridor. Trying to get at whatever is behind that door. And Dumbledore's protections are holding him off. For now, Harry said. But Quirrell has been here since September. Whatever is pushing back is doing so because the protections are recognizing the nature of what's pushing. Eventually, he stopped at the landing. Below them the castle was dark and warm and breathing. Eventually someone who understands the protections might find a way through them that doesn't involve pushing. Someone who knows how to go around. Voldemort knows the protections, Hermione said slowly. He knows Dumbledore. He was at this school, Harry said. Decades ago, but the foundational architecture hasn't changed. He understands how Dumbledore builds things. He looked at her. Which means we need to understand it better than Voldemort does before that becomes relevant. They went back to the dormitory. Harry lay in bed with the Codex and the castle's warmth rising through the stone and thought about the shape of it, the layered protections, the door, the cold thread in his chest pointing at a purple turban. He thought about his mother, which he did not do often because it was the kind of thought that had sharp edges. The protection she'd left in his blood. The sacrifice that was apparently still active and still effective 10 years later. He thought, she was still making decisions for me at the moment she died, and I never got to meet her, and the decision she made is still protecting me, and I don't know how to feel about that. The Codex lay open on his chest. He hadn't written anything. After a while, unprompted, a single line appeared in Aldrich's cramped hand, Gratitude is not owed to the dead. But it is not wrong to feel it. Harry closed the Codex. Outside the window, the rain was easing off, and the lake showed the moon's reflection in long, broken strips across the water. He thought about the stone in Vault 713, which he'd been thinking about consistently since July. He'd been reading. The restricted section was restricted by a permission slip system that presumed everyone who wanted access to restricted books was motivated by dangerous curiosity rather than specific research, which was exactly the kind of rule that rewarded honesty with obstruction. Harry had, twice, walked into the restricted section under the unobtrusive working and looked at the shelves with a librarian-like practicality, just gathering information. He'd found 2 books. One on object-based magical protection, specifically on the theory of binding objects with magical properties into layered ward systems. One on alchemy, specifically on a chapter about objects designed to extend or transform biological processes. The Philosopher's Stone, the alchemy book said, on a page he'd committed to memory, is considered the apex achievement of alchemical practice. 2 properties, the production of the elixir of life, which sustains biological function indefinitely, and the transmutation of base metal to gold. The only known stone was created by Nicholas Flamel, who continues to make use of it. Harry had closed the book and returned it to the shelf and gone back to the main library and thought, of course. He told Hermione at breakfast the next morning, between the kippers and the toast, in a voice low enough for the ambient Great Hall noise to cover. He watched the information land, watched her immediate instinct to ask how he knew, followed by the decision not to ask because the how was secondary to the what. Nicholas Flamel is 600 years old, she said. Which means he needs the elixir continuously. Which means the stone is a lifeline. Not just valuable, essential. To Flamel, Harry said. And to Voldemort, she said. Who doesn't have a body. Who is literally just essence at this point. Intent and magic with no biological anchor. If he could get to the stone, he could use it to rebuild, Harry said. Not the elixir, that sustains existing bodies. But the stone itself has a transformative property. A wizard with enough knowledge of the foundational magic could theoretically use the stone to anchor a new body. He looked at her. Voldemort spent decades in the dark arts. He understands foundational magic better than most. Hermione set down her toast. We need to tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore knows, Harry said. He built the protections. He moved the stone here. He knows what it is and why it's a target. Then why hasn't he? Because he's waiting for Voldemort to make a move, Harry said. He wants to see the approach. He wants to understand how much Voldemort has recovered before confronting him. He paused. It's a reasonable strategy if you're the one with all the information. But we're not, Hermione said. We're in the castle with the stone and a possessed professor. Yes, Harry said. She picked up her toast again and took a deliberate bite, chewing with the focused expression of someone running numbers. So what's our strategy? No more than everyone else, Harry said. About the protections, about the stone, about what Quirrell is capable of and what Voldemort's limitations are in his current state. He looked down the table, where Ron was engaged in a detailed conversation with Seamus about the upcoming Quidditch match, and Neville was feeding Trevor an insect he'd found in his herbology notes, and the morning was loud and ordinary. And be ready to act when the moment is specific enough to act in. Not before, Hermione said. Not before, Harry agreed. Acting early with incomplete information is how people get things wrong in ways that can't be fixed. The morning settled around them. The ceiling showed a thin gray sky beginning to lighten. Later that week, Snape happened. It was a Thursday, potions double period, and Harry was constructing a cure for boils with the systematic attention he brought to everything, measuring by eye rather than the brass scales because the scales in his station were slightly off-calibrated and he'd noticed in the second week, when Snape paused beside his workbench with the expression of someone who has been waiting for an opportunity. No scales, Potter. Snape said. How interesting. Improvising, are we? The scales at this station read approximately 4% light on the right pan, Harry said, not looking up. It's the fulcrum pin, slight corrosion. I've been estimating the correction. Silence. If you measure by eye for a potion that requires precise ratios, Snape said, you are relying on estimation rather than fact. I'm relying on calibrated estimation, Harry said, which is more accurate than using a miscalibrated instrument. He looked up. I can demonstrate the scales are off, if you'd like. He watched Snape process this. The class had gone very quiet. Snape's expression was controlled, but Harry could read the layers, the instinct toward dismissal, blocked by the awareness that Harry was probably right, creating the particular frustration of someone who can't find a legitimate ground to object on. Produce your potion at the end of class, Snape said, and moved on. Harry's cure for boils was, at the end of class, textbook perfect. Snape examined it for longer than was strictly necessary, and then set it down and said, adequate, and moved to the next station, and Harry heard Hermione across the room make a sound that was not quite a laugh but was in the same postcode. After class in the corridor, she fell into step beside him and said, one day he's going to actually try to fail you on something and he won't be able to. I know, Harry said. Doesn't it bother you? The way he treats you. He doesn't like me, Harry said. That's his choice. What I do in his class is my choice. The two facts don't have to interact. Hermione looked at him for a moment with the expression she used when she was examining an idea for structural flaws. That's very practical. I was going to say mature, she said. But yes. Practical too. The thing with Ron happened on a Friday in late October, in the way that things with Ron tended to happen, loudly and in a corridor and with a speed that exceeded both cause and consequence. Harry had seen the lead-up from a distance, Draco Malfoy in the corridor near the library, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle who performed menace with the commitment of people who have been told they're menacing and have decided to commit, saying something to Hermione that Harry was too far away to hear but could read entirely from her posture, the particular brace-and lift of someone who has heard something they're going to pretend didn't hit. Ron got there first. Whatever Draco had said about Hermione's Muggle-born status, and it was clearly that, because Draco had one register for Muggleborns and it was the register of someone who had been taught that particular smallness since birth, Ron had planted himself between them with the uncomplicated directness of someone for whom the right thing to do was not a question. By the time Harry arrived, Draco had said something about, Weasley doesn't have two galleons to rub together, and Ron was approximately 30 seconds from a spell. Harry stepped into the space between them. Not between Ron and Draco. He stepped into Draco's space specifically, close enough to be fully deliberate, and looked at him with the expression he'd developed over years of being looked through and had, sometime in the past 3 years, turned inside out. Walk away, Harry said. Not loud. Not heated. Draco's eyes went to Harry and did the thing they'd done in Madame Malkin's, the attempt to categorize, the failure to find the expected category. Potter, you've said what you came to say, Harry said. It didn't land the way you wanted. Walk away. I don't take instructions from, you're going to, Harry said. Not because I'm telling you to. Because you're actually not stupid and you know this ends badly for you if you push it. The corridor was very quiet. Crabbe and Goyle had the expressions of people who had arrived at a social situation whose rules they didn't understand. Draco held Harry's gaze for 5 long seconds, and Harry held it back without heat or hurry. Draco walked away. Not fast, with the controlled-paced dignity of someone who has decided this is their own choice, which it was, and Harry had left it as that on purpose. Ron turned to him. His expression was a complex mixture of gratitude, lingering adrenaline, and the specific disgruntlement of someone who had been ready to fight and hadn't gotten to. I had it, he said. I know, Harry said. But a spell in the corridor gets you detention and gives Malfoy a grievance he can use. This way he has nothing. Ron thought about this. Then, still. Yes, Harry said. Still. It was a good instinct. The execution just needed adjusting. Ron looked at him sideways. You're weird, he said. You know that. Frequently, Harry said. Hermione had watched the entire exchange with her arms crossed and an expression that Harry had learned to read as processing something I have strong feelings about but am not ready to articulate yet. He looked at her as they started walking again. "Thank you," she said. Quiet. Direct. Without the caveat of "but I could have handled it" that wasn't true, and she was too honest to add. "Malfoy's performing," Harry said. "What his father taught him to perform. He doesn't actually believe it, or he did once and is starting not to. The performance is more brittle than it looks." "Is that supposed to make it better?" she said. "No," Harry said. "Just, accurate." She considered this for the rest of the walk to Charms. At the classroom door she said, "You see people very specifically for someone who spent 3 years alone." "I spent 3 years watching people," Harry said. "Loneliness is excellent for observation." She looked at him for a moment with something that was private and warm and didn't require a response. Then she went in. That evening, Harry sat on the astronomy tower with the codex and watched the grounds go dark. The Forbidden Forest was a mass of black beyond the lights of Hagrid's cabin. The lake was still and cold, and the squid moved beneath its surface with the dreamlike ease of something that had no opinions about wizarding politics. He opened the codex and wrote, "The stone. If Voldemort gets past the protections, what happens to the castle?" He waited. The ink came. The castle would survive. Castles do. What wouldn't survive is the opportunity. Voldemort with a body and the resources of the stone would not be stoppable by the means currently available to the wizarding world. The time to act is while he is still weak. A spirit in a borrowed body is not Voldemort at full strength. This is the only window. Harry looked at the lake. He looked at the cold thread in his chest, thinner tonight, pointed down into the depths of the castle. He thought about Vault 713 and about his mother's sacrifice and about the Philosopher's Stone sitting at the bottom of a set of layered protections that a former student of Hogwarts was dismantling from the inside, slowly, the way someone dismantles a lock they know the mechanism of. He thought about the hat's words, "Be careful," not because it's dangerous but because people will be afraid of what they don't understand. He thought, "Let them be afraid, then. That's their problem." He pressed his palm to the stone of the tower wall and felt the castle's warmth move up through his hand and into his arm, steady and old and familiar now, the way something familiar feels that you have chosen rather than been given. He wrote one last thing in the codex that night: "How long?" The answer took longer than usual. Half an hour, the stars moving overhead while he waited. Then, "Not long. Something has shifted in the past week. He is closer to an attempt than he was. Be ready." Harry closed the codex and looked out over the grounds for a long time. The castle breathed around him. He was ready. He had been ready for a long time. The question was only ever going to be when. Chapter 5, The space between knowing and doing. November came in hard, the kind of cold that didn't ask permission. The grounds frosted overnight and the lake developed a skin of ice at its edges that the giant squid broke each morning with a languid tentacle, and the castle's fires burned constantly now, the stone walls absorbing heat the way the walls of old buildings absorb everything, slowly, completely, permanently. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 2 months and had learned, among other things, that the castle had a personality. Not a simple one. Not warm and welcoming or cold and forbidding in the way that buildings in stories tended to be. Hogwarts was complicated in the way that very old things are complicated. It had moods, preferences, a history so layered that you could feel it in the walls like strata in stone. Certain corridors got warmer when Harry walked them. Certain portraits watched him with a particular attention. The library, specifically, seemed to reorganize itself subtly around his research needs, not dramatically, not always, but often enough that Hermione had noticed and declared it statistically improbable and then, characteristically, begun taking notes. The staircases moved for everyone. Harry suspected they moved for him with a slightly higher success rate than average, but he hadn't collected enough data to be certain, and he found he liked the possibility without requiring it to be confirmed. Hermione's observations about the castle had developed into something more structured over the past 3 weeks. She'd started keeping a separate notebook, not her Hogwarts coursework notes, which were color-coded and comprehensive and made Ron's eyes glaze over, but a smaller, private one that she carried in her robe pocket and wrote in at odd moments. Harry had seen the page headings: Foundational Resonance, Personal Log. She was documenting the sensation she described on the first night in the boats, the warmth she felt from the castle's deep magic, cross-referencing it with the times it was strongest and what she'd been doing or thinking when it peaked. It was excellent scientific methodology applied to something that most of the wizarding world would have told her wasn't accessible to her at all. Harry found it one of the more impressive things she did, which was a significant field. They were in the library on a Tuesday evening, the small notebook open between them alongside the codex, when she said, "It's strongest in charms." Flitwick's foundational, Harry said. He'd been thinking this for a while. His teaching engages the layer below the mechanics. Most professors teach the mechanics, the wand movement, the incantation, the expected result. Flitwick teaches why it works. Which means when I follow the why, Hermione said, I'm touching the foundational layer, and, she looked at her notebook. And it feels like the castle. Same quality. Same temperature. Because they're the same current, Harry said. The magic you're accessing in charms and the magic the castle is built on are drawn from the same source. Flitwick might not know he's doing it. He might just be an exceptionally good teacher. Or he might know exactly what he's doing, Hermione said. They sat with that for a moment. We should ask him, Harry said. We can't just ask a professor if he's teaching foundational magic to Muggle-born students, she said. Why not? She opened her mouth, closed it, and then laughed, a short, surprised sound that she rarely made and that always sounded like something escaping. Because it would be insane, she said. Or because it would be direct, Harry said. Which most people in this world are afraid of being. She looked at him with the expression that meant she was going to do the thing and was slightly annoyed about agreeing to it. After class on Thursday, she said. After class on Thursday, Harry confirmed. The Quidditch situation had evolved. Harry hadn't intended to become a Quidditch player, he had enough going on and the sport had struck him, on initial examination, as a game designed to make one position unnecessarily important while the other 6 positions played what was essentially a separate and less decisive game alongside it. He'd said this to Ron, who had looked personally injured, and to Hermione, who had said, that's statistically accurate and also completely misses the point of spectator sports, and to Neville, who had said, quietly, I can't stay on a broom for more than 10 feet. Then Wood had seen him fly in the second week and the matter had become institutional. He'd been flying above the grounds on a borrowed school broom on a Saturday morning, alone, because he'd been inside for 4 days straight and needed air and movement in the way you need them when your body has been sitting very still while your mind runs. He'd taken the broom and gone up without thinking too much about it, and discovered, with the specific surprise of a first encounter with something natural, that flying was, right. It felt the way the Codex felt when a working was clean and clear, purposeful, specific, his body knowing what to do with a fluency that bypassed thought. Wood had been watching from the ground with his captain's clipboard and an expression of unconcealed hunger. He'd appeared in the common room that evening with McGonagall, which was when it became institutional. Your son has a gift, Wood had apparently said to McGonagall first, and then immediately corrected himself, red-faced, because McGonagall was not Harry's mother, a fact Harry noted without particular feeling. What he noted with more feeling was McGonagall's expression when Wood described what he'd seen, the composed pleasure of someone who has been given something she can use. Seeker, McGonagall told him. You'll play Seeker. I know the position, Harry said. You'll be the first year to play in a century. That's a meaningful statistic, Harry said. I'll do it. He did it for 2 reasons. The first was that flying was genuinely good and he'd rather have structured access to a good broom than opportunistic access to a school broom. The second was that Quidditch practice gave him a legitimate reason to be outside at odd hours and in unlikely places, which was occasionally useful given his current research project. The Nimbus 2000 was an excellent broom. He took it out the morning after it arrived and flew for an hour in the grey dawn, the castle below him and the lake and the grounds, Hogwarts from above looking like something from a different century, which it was, and the cold air very clear and the sensation of speed very clean. He thought about nothing in particular. This was also useful. The first Quidditch match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin in the second week of November, and Harry found Malfoy before it. Not to argue, Harry had observed that Malfoy's approach to conflict was fundamentally theatrical, designed for an audience, and the way to deflate it was to remove the audience and speak plainly. He found him in the changing room's corridor an hour before the match, specifically because Malfoy had been making pointed comments about Harry's broom for a week and Harry was tired of the performance. "Malfoy," he said. Draco turned. He was with Crabbe and Goyle, which was his default configuration, but Harry addressed Draco directly and consistently and didn't acknowledge the other two because they were performance props and treating them as such was more efficient than treating them as participants. "I've been thinking about what you said last week," Harry said. "About the broom." Draco looked slightly thrown by the directness. "Oh. Your father bought the Slytherin Team Nimbus 2001s, Harry said. "That's a generous gift. It also means every player on your team is flying a broom they didn't earn, which your teammates presumably think about more than you do." He looked at Draco without heat. "The Nimbus 2000 is a year older and demonstrably faster in the lower registers. I'm not worried about the brooms." Draco stared at him. Crabbe and Goyle had the expressions of people watching a conversation in a foreign language. "You're saying my father, I'm saying you're a good flyer," Harry said. "I've watched you in practice. You have good instincts in the air. The broom is irrelevant, to me." He paused. "You might tell your teammates that, actually. Some of them are flying like the broom is doing the work." He walked away. Behind him he heard the specific silence of someone who had prepared for a conflict that didn't materialize, and didn't know what to do with the space it had left. He told Hermione about it afterward and she said, "You're doing that thing again." "What thing?" "Treating him like someone who could be better than he's being." "He could be," Harry said. "Most people can be," she said. "That doesn't mean it's your job to tell them." "It takes 30 seconds, Harry said. "And he listens. That's rare enough to be worth the 30 seconds. She was quiet for a moment. "Do you actually like him?" Harry thought about it honestly. "I find him interesting," he said. "A boy shaped entirely by what his father needed him to be, who has enough intelligence to sense the shape of the cage and enough conditioning to keep living in it. That's interesting." Hermione looked at him with the expression that was private and warm. "You find everyone interesting," she said. "Not everyone," Harry said. "But most people." The Quidditch match itself was straightforward in the ways it was supposed to be and strange in the ways Harry hadn't anticipated. He caught the snitch in 4 minutes and 13 seconds, which would told him was the third fastest first-year snitch-catching record in the school's history, which Harry found mildly interesting and mostly irrelevant. What he remembered about the match was different, the moment, circling above the game in the grey morning, when his broom had bucked. Not in the way brooms bucked in bad crosswinds. A specific buck, 3 times, violent and directed, as if something had grabbed the handle and yanked. He'd held on by reflex and good balance and looked down to find where the attempted hex had originated, because it was clearly a hex, the movement was too directed for accident. He'd seen 2 things simultaneously, Quirrell in the stands, lips moving. And Snape in the stands, also with lips moving, wand half hidden in his robe. One of them hexing. One of them, possibly, countering. He'd caught the snitch 30 seconds later because he'd been looking at the ground and spotted it near the Gryffindor goal post, and he caught it more from surprise than strategy. He came down to the field with the golden ball in his fist and the team surrounding him and the stands roaring and spent 30 seconds shaking hands and being hugged by various Gryffindors before he could get to Hermione. "Quirrell hexed my broom," he said. She looked at him sharply. "Are you sure?" "No. It might have been Snape counteracting something else." The timing was concurrent. He opened his fist and looked at the snitch, which was still struggling weakly against his fingers. But Quirrell's lips were moving and he was looking directly at me, and I know what a directed hex feels like because Vernon used to throw things. Hermione's expression did something brief and controlled. She'd known about the Dursleys since October, he told her matter-of-factly, in the course of explaining the seal working, and she processed it with the same systematic fairness she applied to everything, which meant she'd been angry about it for 3 days and then set the anger down because it wasn't useful and then periodically picked it up again when he said something like I know what a directed hex feels like because Vernon used to throw things. Quirrell tried to kill you, she said. At a Quidditch match. Tried is the operative word, Harry said. Harry, I know, he said. It changes the timeline. He looked at her. He's not being patient anymore. They told Dumbledore. Or rather, Harry went to Dumbledore's office the following Monday morning and Hermione went with him because she was Hermione and the idea of not being present for the relevant conversation was not something she entertained. The gargoyle guarding the office moved aside for Harry before he'd said the password, which suggested the castle was cooperating again, and they went up the spiral staircase to the circular room full of silver instruments and portraits and the general accumulated weight of an extremely long career. Dumbledore listened to the Quidditch account with his fingers steepled and his expression attentive. The portraits around the room were listening too, some with obvious interest, some with the studied casualness of people pretending not to listen, which was worse. When Harry finished, Dumbledore said, "What makes you certain it was not Snape?" "The way he was sitting," Harry said. "Snape's wand was angled for a stabilizing charm, I've seen Flitwick demonstrate the wrist position. Quirrell's was hexing posture. Also," he paused. "The codex registered cold from Quirrell's direction. It registers cold when Voldemort is close or active. It's been consistent." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. There was something in the look that Harry had been seeing more frequently recently, the thing he'd first noticed at the pub in Glasgow, the careful of someone who keeps recalibrating upward. "You've been very thorough," Dumbledore said. "I've had 3 months and a very specific research question," Harry said. "You should know, the stone," Harry said. "The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's. You moved it from Gringotts to the 3rd floor corridor. I've known since July." Hermione worked out the logic of the protection layers independently. He looked at the old man steadily. "What I want to know is what you know about Quirrell that I don't." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. One of the portraits, a heavy-set wizard in a painting above the desk, made a sound that might have been either amusement or discomfort. "What I know," Dumbledore said carefully, "is that Quirrell is being used. The man who took that position in September is not the same man who applied for it. There is something inhabiting him that is directing his actions." "Voldemort," Harry said. "Yes. Has been there since September." Yes. I suspected. I was not certain of the degree until recently. And the stone is protected by layers that Voldemort, as a former student, understands structurally, Harry said. "Which means your protections are a countdown, not a barrier." Dumbledore looked at him with the expression Harry had decided was the genuine Dumbledore, not the performance of serene wisdom but the actual man underneath, who was brilliant and capable and also, occasionally, wrong in the specific ways that brilliant people were wrong, by trusting their own models too much and other people's observations too little. "I had believed there was time," Dumbledore said. "There is less time than you believed," Harry said. The Quidditch hex was Voldemort deciding patience was over. "He's going to try for the stone." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "When?" "I don't know." "Can you move the stone?" "Moving it now would require," Dumbledore paused. "It would require dismantling the protections and reassembling them elsewhere, which would leave the stone vulnerable during transport. The protections are interdependent. Removing them layer by layer is not faster than," he stopped. "I had a plan in place." "What was the plan?" Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The pause lasted long enough to be meaningful. "The plan," Dumbledore said, "involved certain assumptions about Voldemort's state that I now believe were incorrect." Harry sat back. He looked at the silver instruments on the shelves, the pensieve covered in its basin, the portraits watching with studied casualness. He felt Hermione beside him, very still, very focused, taking in everything. "Right," Harry said. "Then we need a new plan." Dumbledore said, with something that was either resignation or respect, "I am listening." They were there for an hour. What came out of it was not so much a plan as an agreement of information. Harry told Dumbledore what he'd observed about the protection's orientation, about the cold thread Voldemort register, about his mother's blood protection and the touch repulsion principle the Codex had described. Dumbledore told Harry, with the careful measured honesty of someone who had decided that withholding information from this particular 11-year-old was strategically counterproductive, about the protection layers in sequence. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, on the first layer. Devil's snare beneath it. Then enchanted keys, then a chess set, then a troll, then a poisons puzzle, and at the last a mirror. The mirror of Ariste, which showed you the deepest desire of your heart, and which was the final protection because only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it from the mirror's depths. Clever, Harry said. I hoped so, Dumbledore said. The first 5 layers Voldemort could work through by force or by knowledge, Harry said. The chess set, the keys, the troll, those are achievable with enough power. The poisons puzzle requires logic rather than magic, which means Quirrell could reason through it given time. He looked at the mirror's description, the way Dumbledore had explained it. The mirror is the problem for him. He wants the stone very specifically. He wants to use it. He can't pretend otherwise. Correct, Dumbledore said. The mirror is built on truth. You cannot deceive it. Harry thought about this. And if someone got there first, he said. Someone who didn't want to use it. The room was very quiet. Harry, Dumbledore said. Carefully. What I am about to say is not an instruction. I would not give you an instruction of this kind. You are 11 years old. Yes, Harry said. But if someone were to reach the mirror before Quirrell, they'd be safe from Voldemort's limitation, Harry said. They could take the stone to protect it. Or destroy it. Destroying it would kill Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore said. He and his wife have had enough time to set their affairs in order, but that conversation would need to happen. Harry looked at him. Have you had it? I have, Dumbledore said. Quietly. He is at peace with it. Harry nodded. He thought about being 600 years old and at peace with the ending of it, and about what it would mean to have had that much time, and about a man who'd made a stone that could give anyone that time and had kept it for himself and his wife and not offered it to a world that was desperate for it, and about whether that was selfish or simply human. He thought about all of this in approximately 4 seconds. We'll be ready, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him with the careful expression. I want to be clear. My preference is that you are not involved. I know, Harry said. Your preference and the current situation are not compatible. They walked back to the common room through corridors that were busy with the lunch period transition, students streaming past them in both directions. Hermione was quiet the whole way, which was the thinking quiet, the internal notebook being updated. At the portrait hole she stopped him with a hand on his arm. The mirror, she said. The logic of it. It shows you what you most desire. Yes. What would you see? She said. He looked at her. I'd see the stone, he said. Because what I want is for it to not be used. That's what I want more than anything else in that room. She looked at him for a moment. You're sure about that? Yes, he said, and he'd been examining his own motivations with the clinical honesty the Codex demanded since he was 5 years old, and he knew the shape of what he wanted clearly enough to state it without hesitation. He wanted the stone safe. Not for power, not for immortality, for the specific and limited reason that a soul fragment in a stolen body wanted it for catastrophic purposes and had tried to kill him last Saturday. What would you see? He asked. She looked away. Then back. I don't know, she said. I think that's the right answer, actually. Not knowing suggests I don't have one overwhelming desire, which is, probably fine. Probably, he said. She hit him lightly on the arm, which was the Hermione equivalent of a warm and complicated emotional expression. Then she went through the portrait hole. In the days after the Dumbledore conversation, Harry shifted gears. He'd been operating in the mode of gather information until the moment is specific enough to act, and the moment was becoming specific. He changed tack toward preparation. In their library sessions he and Hermione ran through everything they knew about the protection layers, not theoretically, but practically. What would they encounter? What each of them could do. Neville joined them on a Thursday, which happened because he'd come to the library looking for a herbology reference and found them at their usual table with a diagram of the trapdoor they'd reconstructed from Dumbledore's description, and had said, "What's that?" And Harry had said, "The route to the Philosopher's Stone," and Neville had sat down without being asked and said, "Tell me from the beginning." He absorbed the information with the stillness he used in herbology, attending to it, thinking through it, not performing a response. When Harry finished he was quiet for a moment and then said, "The Devil's Snare." "What about it?" Hermione said. "It relaxes in heat," Neville said. "Or strong light. Either works. It's in the same genus as the whipwort, they have a photophobic response to ultraviolet specifically, but it will react to any sufficiently bright light source." He paused. "I can handle that part." Harry and Hermione looked at each other. "Yes," Harry said. "You can." Neville looked at him with the expression of someone who has been said yes to in a context where they expected hedging. "I'm not very good at most things," he said. "You're very good at the relevant things," Harry said. "Stop apologizing." Neville closed his mouth. The sunrise expression. He opened his notebook and started taking his own notes. Harry wrote in the codex that night, "We're as ready as we can be. What am I missing?" The response came at 3 in the morning. He woke to the book warm on his chest and read, "You're not missing anything tactical. What you haven't decided is what you'll do when you're standing in front of Voldemort and the tactical situation is over." Harry read this twice. Then, "What do you mean?" "I mean, the stone is the objective, but Voldemort is the encounter. You can secure the stone. You cannot yet destroy what is in Quirrell. Your mother's protection is real, but it is not a weapon, it is a shield with edges. When you are in that room, Voldemort will try to negotiate with you because that is what he does when force is unavailable. What will you say?" Harry sat with this for a long time in the dark of the dormitory, Ron snoring softly across the room, Neville's curtains closed, the castle breathing around him. He wrote, "I'll tell him no." He will ask why. "Because no is a complete sentence," Harry wrote. "He doesn't need my reasons. He needs to understand that they're irrelevant to the outcome." A long pause. Then, "Your ancestor was afraid of very little. You appear to have inherited the relevant gene." Harry almost laughed. What was he afraid of? He wrote. The answer came slowly, letter by letter, as if Aldrich Potter was choosing them carefully from somewhere very far away: waste. He was afraid of wasted potential. Of dying without having made everything he could have made. Harry looked at the ceiling of the Gryffindor dormitory. He thought about a squib in a world that told him he was powerless, spending 60 years proving it wrong, one working at a time. He thought about a 5-year-old in a cupboard, finding a book under the floor, pressing a bleeding thumb to a threshold and walking out the front door. He thought, "I understand that." The castle settled around him, warm and deep and old. He went back to sleep. The first Quidditch practice after the match was the following Saturday, which put Harry on the pitch in the early afternoon for 2 hours of Wood's meticulous tactical instruction, which Harry absorbed with the same attention he gave everything and the particular pleasure of something that engaged his body and mind simultaneously. Wood was a good captain, serious to the point of occasional obsession, but the obsession came from genuine care, which was the relevant distinction. He was heading back to the castle alone, the team having gone in 10 minutes before, Harry having stayed to fly 2 more laps because he'd wanted to, when he found Quirrell. Not found in the sense of looked for. Found in the sense of turned a corner on the path back from the pitch, and there he was, the defense professor in his teaching robes and his turban, standing in the middle of the path in the way people stand when they've positioned themselves deliberately. "P. Potter," Quirrell said. The stutter was present but different today, thinner, like a costume worn loosely. "I.W. wanted a word." "All right," Harry said. He stopped. Not far enough back to be performing fear, not close enough to close the contact distance they'd both apparently become aware of. He held his bag with the codex in it loosely at his side. "I.W. wanted to say, at the match," Quirrell's eyes moved in the way they did sometimes, the too fast movement that belonged to something else. "I noticed you had difficulty with your broom." "I hope I'm fine," Harry said. "Thank you." The cold thread in his chest was a direct current now, close range and specific. He watched Quirrell's face, the man himself flickering through, visible in the slight contraction of his eyes, the human being who had been overwritten but not entirely erased. And behind it, through it, something watching with a patient coldness that had nothing to do with the November afternoon. "You know," Harry said, quietly enough that it was only for the two of them, the bare path and the grey sky above, "you can drop the stutter. We both know what this conversation is." Quirrell went very still. The stutter was gone when he spoke next. The voice was different, flatter, with an accent that belonged to somewhere else. "You are not what I expected," he said. "You were expecting a famous orphan," Harry said. "Someone shaped by what happened to him. And instead, someone who shaped himself," Harry said. "Yes." The cold thread pulled, tight and direct. Harry felt it in the scar, not pain, a pressure, like a hand on the other side of a door. He kept his face still and his grip on his bag loose. "The stone," the voice through Quirrell said. "You know about it?" "Yes." "And Dumbledore's protections." The word had a specific quality. An intimacy. "An old student remembers the architecture of the place he was made." "An old student also remembers losing," Harry said. 10 years ago. The pressure in the scar spiked. Harry breathed through it. "A child," the voice said. "A child standing in my way." "Yes," Harry said. "How familiar." The silence on the path lasted 5 seconds. Then Quirrell turned and walked away toward the castle, and the cold thread went with him, and the pressure in Harry's scar eased by degrees as the distance opened. Harry stood on the path for a moment. His hand, he noticed, had gone to the codex's spine through his bag while he wasn't paying attention, and the book was warm against his palm, not the gentle background warmth it usually ran, but the focused, specific heat of something that had been ready. He looked at the castle ahead of him. Its windows were lit against the grey afternoon, 100 points of gold and orange, and the smoke from its chimneys went straight up in the cold still air. He walked toward it. Behind him on the path, the frost on the grass had gone silver in the fading afternoon light, and his footprints crossed it without hesitating, and ahead of him the castle waited with all its warmth and all its age and all its patience, and the thread in his chest was thin and cold and very specifically directional now, and the space between knowing what was coming and the moment of its arrival had never felt smaller. He was ready. He had been ready for years. The question of when had an answer forming in the cold air, the way breath forms, visible for a moment, and then gone into the atmosphere, and then already passed. Soon. Chapter 6, Fire and Old Stone. The encounter with Quirrell on the path changed something in the texture of the days that followed. Not Harry's preparation, that was already as thorough as 5 weeks and 2 first years and 1 grimoire could make it. What changed was the quality of Quirrell's presence in the castle. Before, it had been a background wrongness, a cold register Harry checked the way you check a wound, periodically, clinically, to see if it had changed. After the path conversation, it was something more active. Not threatening, not yet, but awake. The thing in Quirrell had taken his measure on that path and was now thinking about what it had found, and the thinking had a weight to it that Harry felt in the scar at odd moments, during dinner, during morning charms, walking past the defense classroom door. Voldemort was paying attention to him. Harry paid attention back and otherwise got on with things. The Hogwarts term had its own momentum and it pulled at everyone. Exams were not yet visible on the horizon, that was a June problem, but the coursework was accumulating with the steady pressure of a tide coming in, and the castle's social architecture was developing the way first-year social architecture always did, alliances forming, rivalries calcifying, reputations setting like concrete. Harry moved through it with the observer's fluency he developed over 3 years of watching people from the outside, and mostly stayed out of the concrete setting, because reputations that set in November were often wrong by March and it seemed inefficient to be stuck with them. Ron was his most consistent company outside the library. They had an easy rhythm. Ron talked freely and well about things he loved, which were Quidditch and chess and his family, and Harry listened with genuine interest and didn't have to perform reciprocal openness, because Ron's version of friendship was instinctively undemanding. Ron had also, in the past 3 weeks, developed a specific respect for Harry's chess assessment that had elevated the dynamic from one-sided to mutual. Harry was not a chess player in Ron's sense. Ron was genuinely gifted, his mind for strategic positioning operating at an almost intuitive level, but Harry had sat through 5 games and observed and was now a useful thinking partner in a way that Ron clearly found both surprising and useful. "You don't play the game," Ron had said after their 3rd session, "but you understand the board." "Different skill," Harry said. "Both useful." "Bit like you in Quidditch," Ron said. "You're not a tactician like Wood. You just do the thing. You see the snitch and it's done." Harry had thought about this. "Instinct versus strategy," he said. "Sometimes the instinct gets there faster. And sometimes you need the strategy," Ron said, moving his knight with satisfaction. "That's why we're having this conversation." He didn't tell Ron about the stone. He'd thought about it. Ron was observant beneath the surface noise, and he had the Weasley genetic trait of significant loyalty, which was the relevant quality. But Ron also had a family he'd have to decide whether to write to, and the situation was contained enough at this point that widening the circle further felt like introducing variables he didn't need. Neville knew. Neville had sat quietly with the knowledge for 2 weeks and hadn't mentioned it to anyone and had started showing up to his charms homework with a focused intensity that was somewhat new. He'd also, Harry noticed, begun sitting differently, less folded in, spine slightly straighter, hands resting on the table rather than in his lap. The change was minor and ongoing and entirely Neville's own doing. Harry said nothing about it. Noting was enough. Professor Flitwick's classroom was on the 4th floor and smelled like chalk dust and the particular metallic sharpness of a room where magic was performed consistently, a smell Harry associated with intent, with the residue of workings properly done. Flitwick himself was on a stack of books behind his desk when Harry and Hermione arrived after class on Thursday, the rest of the students filing out around them. He had the papers of the morning's practical review spread in front of him and was making notes in a cramped, precise hand. He looked up when they lingered. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," he said. "What can I do for you?" Hermione looked at Harry. Harry had told her this was her question and she'd accepted it and then spent 2 days framing it, which was 2 days more than Harry would have spent, but he understood it was her way. She said, "I wanted to ask about the foundational layer." Flitwick's quill stopped. He looked at her over it with the expression of someone who has been asked a question they were not expecting to be asked by this person in this context. Then he put the quill down very carefully and said, "Explain what you mean by foundational layer." Hermione explained. Clearly, precisely, with the exact vocabulary Harry had given her from the codex and the cross-references she'd built herself from his theoretical framework. She described the sensation, the warmth, the way it peaked during charms specifically, the parallel she'd drawn to Harry's foundational magic work and the way both seemed to draw from the same source. She spoke for approximately 90 seconds without notes, which was the first sign Flitwick had that this was not a speculative inquiry. He was quiet for a moment after she finished. "Sit down," he said, and his voice had a quality it didn't usually have in class, not the enthusiastic teaching voice, but something quieter and more considered. They sat. "Who told you about the foundational layer?" he said. Nobody told me, Hermione said. I felt it. Harry gave me the framework to understand what I was feeling. Flitwick looked at Harry. And your framework came from the Codex? Yes, Harry said. Flitwick was quiet again. He looked at the papers on his desk as though they were suddenly irrelevant, which they were. The foundational layer, he said, is not something that appears in the standard curriculum. The standard curriculum is designed for reliability and safety. It teaches the upper registers of magic, the mediated levels where a wand provides structure and the incantation provides direction and the chance of serious harm is minimized. He paused. The foundational layer is what sits beneath those registers. It is what magic is before it becomes organized. Aldrich Potter described it as the current below the river, Harry said. A reasonable metaphor, Flitwick said. He looked at Hermione with an expression of genuine interest. What Aldrich Potter could not have anticipated, presumably, was that someone without blood right would access it. His framework was built on a blood-specific model. His framework was right about most cases, Harry said. He wrote that blood right was the most reliable path to depth of intent. But not the only one. Flitwick looked at him for a long moment. You've discussed this. We've been discussing it for 2 months, Hermione said. I've been keeping observational notes. She produced the small notebook, which she handed to Flitwick with the directness of someone who keeps a clean record and has nothing to hide. Flitwick took it. He read. His expression, over the course of 2 minutes of reading, moved through several stages that Harry catalogued: surprise, then something more careful, then something that looked like the professional delight he showed in class when a student's work was genuinely excellent, and then something more serious beneath that. He handed the notebook back. Miss Granger, he said, what you have documented here is, in my estimation, significantly more important than most of the research produced by the Department of Magical Theory in the past decade. He said it plainly, without embellishment. The question of whether foundational access requires blood right has been considered theoretical to the point of unexaminable for generations. You have empirical observational data. Hermione's expression was the one she used when her assessment of a situation was confirmed, but she was too composed to show the full extent of what that confirmation meant to her. I want to be very clear about something, Flitwick continued. He looked between them, serious in a way that the Charms classroom rarely saw. What you are describing, and what Mr. Potter is doing with his grimoire, exists outside the framework that Hogwarts is prepared to teach. That is not a criticism, it is a fact. If you tell most of your professors what you've told me, the responses will range from skeptical to alarmed. He looked at Harry. You already know this. Yes, Harry said. I'm not going to tell you to hide it, Flitwick said. Hiding genuine ability is worse than the alternative, in my experience. But I want you to understand the landscape. He looked at Hermione. And I want to say, what you're feeling is real, it is documented, and it is remarkable. Hermione said nothing for a moment. Then, thank you. The question I have, Flitwick said, leaning forward slightly, is what you're using it for. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. The briefest possible communication of how much? Research, Harry said. Into the castle's structure. And into a specific problem that requires a depth of magical understanding we're currently acquiring. Flitwick studied him. The 3rd floor, he said. Harry met his gaze. You know. I'm not on the staff who helped construct those protections, Flitwick said, but I'm not unaware of what the school is currently housing. Dumbledore has arrangements. He looked at Harry with the careful expression that meant a decision was being made. Tell me where you are. Harry told him. He was specific and thorough because Flitwick was clearly someone worth being specific and thorough with, and he watched the small professor absorb it with the focused attention of someone running calculations. When Harry finished, Flitwick was very still. You've spoken to Dumbledore, he said. Monday of this week, Harry said. He confirmed the stone. He confirmed the sequence of protections. He confirmed that Quirrell is the threat and that his original plan had a flaw in its timing assumptions. And Dumbledore's current position? He's aware and is, reconsidering his approach, Harry said, which was the most diplomatic framing of he was waiting for Voldemort to make a move and has now accepted that the move has already been made. The situation is fluid. Flitwick nodded slowly. What do you need from me? Information about the Wingardium Leviosa mechanics as applied to the key protection, Harry said. Hermione's theory is that the enchanted key swarm uses a specific directional anchor, that the correct key is distinguished by a different charm signature, not just its visual appearance. Hermione had her notebook out. Flitwick picked up his quill. They were there for 40 minutes. What Flitwick gave them, with the focused generosity of a teacher who has found a student worth teaching at full capacity, was a complete technical analysis of the key protection layer, including the enchantment structure he'd helped develop and the precise charm signature that distinguished the correct key. He also described, in the careful language of someone doing this without being asked to, the structural weakness in the Devil's Snare layer that a sufficiently bright magical light source would exploit, which confirmed and refined what Neville had already worked out. When they left, Hermione said in the corridor, "He trusts us." "He trusts the evidence," Harry said. "Your notebook convinced him." "I couldn't have done that, the codex is mine." "Your notebook is independent documentation." She processed this. "You're saying my research is what made him take us seriously." "I'm saying your research was already what this was." The conversation with Flitwick made it official. He looked at her sideways. "You did something no Muggleborn which has done on record, as far as Flitwick seems to know. Before you were 12. She was quiet for a moment. Not performing modesty and not performing pride, just sitting with it, which was the appropriate response to a fact of that size. "Right," she said finally. "The chess set." "The chess set," Harry confirmed. The chess set was the one layer neither of them could handle alone and both of them knew it. A life-sized chess set that played at a level that matched or exceeded whoever was playing it, and the only way through was to play it through, to move as the pieces, to sacrifice what needed sacrificing. Harry understood the board in the way Ron had described, he could see the strategic shape of it. But the execution, the playing of the actual game, was Ron's skill in the way that herbology was Neville's and charms was Hermione's. He went to the common room that evening and found Ron at the chess board he'd set up in the corner, playing himself with the focused intensity of someone who genuinely could not think of anything better to do. "Chess question," Harry said, sitting across from him. Ron looked up. His expression was bright. Ron was always more openly alive over a chess board than anywhere else. "Go ahead." "Life-sized chess," Harry said. "You're playing as a piece. The board plays against you at the level of whoever is playing. What's your main vulnerability?" Ron looked at him. "You mean the one on the third floor?" Harry looked at him. Waited. Ron put his queen down. "You already know it's there," he said. "Not a question." "For 2 months," Harry said. "I didn't tell you because the fewer people involved, the simpler the variables. But we're past the simplicity point." Ron sat back. He had the expression of someone doing a fast internal accounting, processing the information, the fact of being excluded, the fact that he was being included now. The accounting was fast and characteristically fair. "Is this about the stone?" he said. "Yes." "Hermione knows." "Since September." "Neville?" 3 weeks. Ron nodded slowly. "You need someone for the chess." "I need the best chess player I've ever seen," Harry said. "Who that is not a difficult question." Ron looked at the board between them. He picked up his king, turned it over in his hand. "What's at the end?" "Voldemort," Harry said. "In Quirrell. After the mirror." "And you think he's going to try for the stone?" "I think he already decided to when he hexed my broom at the match." That was Voldemort deciding patience was over. Harry looked at him. "I need to know if you're in." Ron set the king down on the board. He looked at it for a moment, the chessman, the metaphor of it, the small carved figure that meant something different in a life-sized game. Then he looked at Harry. "Obviously I'm in," he said. "What's wrong with you?" Harry felt something ease in his chest, not relief, because he'd been fairly certain, but the confirmation was good. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," Ron said. "Just tell me about the board." They went over it for an hour. Ron's strategic assessment was immediate and precise. He identified the 3 most likely Voldemort-specific plays, the sacrifice necessary at the end game, and what pieces he'd want to play as. His confidence with a chess board was the same groundedness Neville had in the greenhouse, specific, earned, natural. He talked through the endgame scenario with a matter-of-fact quality that suggested he'd already accepted the cost of it. "You'll get hurt," Harry said, because it needed to be said plainly. "Probably," Ron said. "That's what sacrifices do. If it gets past manageable, it won't," Ron said, with the simple certainty of someone who believes in their own competence without arrogance. "I know this game better than any enchanted board will." They finished planning. Ron reset his chess pieces, looked at the board, made one small adjustment to his opening position. "Harry," he said. "When this is over, is it actually over? Or is this bigger?" Harry thought about the thread in his chest. About Voldemort on the path, saying a child standing in my way. About the shape of what was coming, which was not limited to a room beneath a castle in November. "It's bigger," he said honestly. "But this is the beginning of it going the other direction." Ron nodded. "Right," he said, and made his first move on the empty board, white opening king's pawn, classical and committed. "Let's go the other direction, then." The castle had a rhythm now that Harry could feel in its stones, the particular tension of something winding up toward a moment. He felt it in the codex, which had been running warm for 6 days straight. He felt it in the thread, which was not thin anymore. He felt it in Quirrell, who had stopped stuttering entirely in defense class for 2 consecutive lessons in a way the other students interpreted as improvement but which Harry read as the human part of Quirrell losing purchase. He went to Dumbledore's office on a Thursday evening. The gargoyle moved. The spiral staircase. The circular room. Dumbledore was not alone. Snape was there, standing near the window with his arms crossed and his expression in its default configuration of controlled displeasure, which in this context was directed partly at the situation and partly, Harry sensed, at the presence of an 11-year-old in a conversation about an active Voldemort situation. Harry sat down without being asked and looked at both of them. "Professor Snape," he said. "Potter," Snape said. "He's been protecting my broom," Harry said. "During the match. The counterjinx posture I described to Professor Dumbledore, it was yours." Snape's expression shifted by approximately 2 millimeters, which was a significant shift for Snape. "How precise is your memory of that scene?" "Exact," Harry said. "I was in the air directly above you. I saw your wand angle and your lip movement and the timing of your response relative to Quirrell's hex." The 2 millimeter shift again. "And you didn't mention this to Dumbledore?" "I described both possibilities," Harry said. "I didn't specify because I wasn't certain of your reasons." He looked at him. "I'm still not certain of all your reasons. But protecting my broom was one of them. So. Thank you." Snape looked at him for a long, strange moment. Something moved through his expression, something that Harry couldn't fully name, which was rare. It was partly the complicated recognition Harry had seen before, the looking at James thing, and partly something else, something older and more specific. He said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. "What has changed," Dumbledore said, "is that I had communication from Nicholas Flamel this morning. He has made arrangements for himself and Perenelle." He said it with a quietness that acknowledged what it meant. "The stone can be destroyed when necessary." Harry looked at him. "He's sure?" "He is," Dumbledore said. He described it as being ready to go to sleep after a very long day. He paused. I found that, somewhat moving. It is, Harry said. My concern, Snape said, from the window, is the timeline. If Quirrell makes his attempt before adequate preparation, we're prepared, Harry said. Snape looked at him. You are a first-year student. I sealed a house with blood magic when I was 5, Harry said, without heat. I spent 3 years learning foundational magic from a grimoire that predates this school. I've spent the past 3 months mapping the protection layers, understanding Voldemort's limitations, and working with the 2 strongest students in our year on the specific capabilities required for each layer. He looked at Snape steadily. I'm not saying I'm better prepared than you. I'm saying I'm prepared. Snape was quiet. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore said, he is, Severus. I have had reason to believe so for some time. The timing, Harry said. When will he try? Dumbledore said, my sense of it. He stopped. The silver instruments on his shelves made small adjustments, spinning and tilting. Tonight, he said. Or tomorrow night. The window is small. Tonight, Harry said. He felt the codex through his bag. Hot. The codex has been running hot for a week. Tonight is specific. Snape made a sound. Not disbelief, the sound of someone adjusting their assessment. Harry filed it. Then you should go and stay with your friends this evening, Dumbledore said. All of them. Where I can, no, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. If you place us somewhere protected tonight, Quirrell will sense it. He's been watching me for 2 weeks, actively. If I'm suddenly unavailable, the pattern changes. Harry looked at him. We go normally. Dinner, common room, bed. And when it's time, he looked at the door. The castle will tell me. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The castle knows me, Harry said. It has since I arrived. The foundational magic in the building and the codex are related, you probably know this already. I'll know when Quirrell moves. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had the quality it used when he was saying something he'd thought about carefully. I want to be somewhere accessible tonight. If things go wrong, I know where your office is, Harry said. And the gargoyle moves for me. Snape's expression had migrated from controlled displeasure to something that was trying to be impartial and was fighting its own instincts to get there. He said, abruptly, Lily was like this. The room went very still. Not the magic, Snape said, with the specific difficulty of someone doing something they've decided to do despite finding it hard. The quality of attention. She saw things and processed them and acted on them before anyone else had finished seeing. He looked away. It was inconvenient then, too. Harry looked at him. Thank you, he said. For telling me. Snape did not reply. He looked at the window. Harry went back down the staircase and through the corridors and up to the common room, which was loud with the ordinary Gryffindor noise of a Thursday evening, Seamus's card game in one corner, the fire crackling, 2 third-years having a debate about Quidditch statistics that Ron would have opinions about if he could hear it. Hermione was at the table near the window with her transfiguration notes and the small notebook both open. Neville was next to her, working on a herbology essay with a concentration that hadn't been there in September. Ron was at the chessboard. He looked up when Harry came in and read the expression and moved his queen off the main diagonal, which was Ron's version of whenever you're ready. Harry sat down by the fire. He took the codex out and opened it in his lap, not reading, just the warmth of it against his hands. The common room moved around him, warm and ordinary, the fire doing what fires do. He felt the castle. Its breath, slow and deep. Its age, the stones beneath him and the stones above him and the vast ancient weight of everything this building had held over 1,000 years. He felt the thread in his chest, not thin anymore. Not a thread. A current. Warm, he thought at the castle, the way you think something at a person who is standing close enough to feel it without your having to speak. The floor under his feet warmed by 1 degree. He sat with his friends in the light of the fire and waited for the moment to become specific. It did, at 11:47, when the codex went from hot to burning and the thread in his chest went taut as a wire and the castle shuddered, once, deep, the way a building shudders when something moves through its foundational structure, and Harry opened his eyes and said, to the room, quietly and with complete clarity, now. Chapter 7, The Mirror Tells No Lies. Ron put down his chess piece without being asked. Neville closed his herbology essay. Hermione had already closed both notebooks and was standing by the time Harry got to his feet, the codex under his arm, the warmth of it now a steady fierce heat that radiated through his robes. The common room moved on around them, the card game, the Quidditch debate, the fire, because the moment was happening in a register invisible to everyone else, and Harry had no particular desire to make it visible. He looked at the three of them. Ready? Ron picked up his wand. Neville straightened his spine, the full spine, the herbology spine, the one that had been developing since October. Hermione had her wand already and her small notebook tucked in her pocket and an expression of focused calm that Harry had come to understand was her equivalent of what other people showed as adrenaline. The cloak, Hermione said. Harry had it in his bag, the invisibility cloak, which he'd received from an anonymous source in December, a package left outside the common room door with a note in handwriting he didn't recognize but which Dumbledore, when Harry described it, had looked at with an expression of quiet weight. Harry had suspected from the first night that the cloak was his father's, and the codex had confirmed it eventually in the oblique way it confirmed things, a page appearing with a single line of Aldrich's writing, some things pass through families the way eyes do, or talent, or grief. He'd carried it since. Now he shook it out and it shimmered in the firelight, liquid and impossible. Covers too easily, he said. 3 if we're tight. 4 if we're very tight, Ron said, reaching for it. 4, Neville said quietly. They went under together, awkward in the way of 4 people trying to share a space designed for one, pressed close in the dark of the corridor outside the common room. Harry's arm was against Hermione's and he could feel her breathing, controlled, deliberate. Neville was at the back, Ron at the front corner, and the cloak covered them to the ankles, which was not ideal but was sufficient. The castle at midnight was different from the castle in daylight in the way that all old buildings are different at midnight, the same space, different atmosphere, as if the stones relaxed into something more genuine when the human noise fell away. The torches burned low in their brackets. The portraits slept in their frames, or seemed to sleep, though Harry had noticed that sleeping portraits were not always unaware. He moved them along the corridors with the quiet economy of someone who had spent 3 years navigating spaces that weren't his, and the castle, he felt it, accommodated. Staircases stayed still. Doors swung at the touch. The route from Gryffindor Tower to the 3rd floor corridor was shorter than it had ever been on any other night, the castle folding its geometry slightly in a way Harry had never tested deliberately and didn't test now but was grateful for. The 3rd floor corridor was empty. The door at the end was open. Not forced, not the door Harry had felt through, the locked door with Flitwick's repelling charm. Open, the lock gone, the frame slightly splintered at the threshold in the way that frames splinter when someone has applied more force than finesse. Quirrell had come this way recently, minutes ago, and had not been subtle about the entry. Harry stepped out from under the cloak. The others emerged beside him. He's already through, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. They went through the door. The staircase below was lit by a faint blue luminescence that came from the walls themselves, the castle's own light, the same quality as the magic Harry felt in the stone, available when needed. At the bottom of the stairs the sound reached them before the sight, a slow, rhythmic breathing, deep and overlapping, the sound of something large and multiple sleeping. Fluffy was asleep. The 3-headed dog was a massive shape in the dimness, all 3 heads down, chests rising and falling with the slow ease of something that had been enchanted into sleep. The harp in the corner was still playing, a simple repeating phrase, barely audible, the enchantment that Quirrell had set and left running. On the floor beneath one of Fluffy's paws was a trapdoor, open. Ron looked at the dog with the expression of someone who had intellectually prepared for something and is discovering the intellectual preparation was insufficient. "That's large," he said. "Don't wake it," Harry said. "I was absolutely not going to wake it," Ron said. The trapdoor led down into darkness. Harry went first, dropping into black space and landing on something that immediately grabbed him, cold, damp, tendrils wrapping his legs with the automatic enthusiasm of a plant doing what plants do. Devil's snare. He felt it close around his ankles and felt the instinct to struggle, which the Codex had trained out of him in the context of binding workings. Struggling was what living things did, and struggling was what made the snare respond. He went still. The others landed around him. Hermione made a small sound of controlled alarm. Ron said something abbreviated and unspecific. Neville landed last and the snare had 3 of them in 2 seconds, and Harry felt the vines climbing his shins. "Neville," he said. "Calm and clear." "Already on it," Neville said. Harry turned his head as far as the vines allowed. Neville was the only one of them standing almost free, the snare had his left ankle and nothing more, and he was paying it no attention. His wand was up. His face was the herbology face, completely concentrated, doing the thing he was best at. "Lumos Solum," Neville said, and the light that exploded from his wand was not the gentle glow of Lumos but something solar and total, daylight compressed into a single point and then released, and the devil's snare reacted as though struck, recoiling, contracting, the tendrils pulling back from Harry and Ron and Hermione with a speed that was almost frantic. The plant hauling itself into the corners of the chamber and away from the light with the urgent self-preservation of something that understood perfectly well what sunlight meant for it. They were free in 4 seconds. Ron brushed vines off his robes. "Neville," he said. "Don't," Neville said, with a faint smile. "I'm going to," Ron said. That was brilliant. Neville looked like the sunrise. Then he composed himself, because they were moving. The chamber beyond the snare was the key room, a high vaulted space, dark except for the light of hundreds of winged keys circling near the ceiling in a loose, continuous orbit, their wings catching the light in flickers of silver and bronze. In the center of the room a broomstick leaned against the wall, waiting, and at the far end a locked door. The key lock was a simple mechanism, the right key, inserted in the lock, opened the door, but the right key was moving somewhere in the flock above them, and the flock was fast. Harry took the broomstick without pausing. He'd thought about this room in terms of time, how long Quirrell had spent here, how far ahead he was. The snare had taken 30 seconds. The keys were a flying problem and Harry was the flyer. "The charm's signature Flitwick described," Hermione said, looking up at the flock with her wand raised. "The correct key has a slightly different resonance. I can feel for it if you can get me close." Harry looked at her. "Can you do that from down here?" "I've been practicing for 2 weeks," she said, with the composure of someone stating a fact about themselves. "Tell me when you have it." He mounted the broom and went up. The keys scattered immediately, responding to his presence, the flock breaking into individual panic and reforming in their higher registers, older keys with damaged wings laboring and younger keys darting. Harry moved through them with the ease that had made Wood stare, the broom responding to intent rather than instruction, his body knowing the air the way some people know a room they grew up in. Below him, Hermione stood very still with her eyes closed and her wand extended, doing the thing she'd been developing since September, reaching below the surface of the magic, touching the foundational layer, feeling for the charm's signature that Flitwick had described. Harry watched her face while he flew and knew when she found it by the change in her expression, the small precise focusing. "Left side," she said. "Hi." "The one with the bent left wing, blue feathers on the leading edge." He found it in 3 seconds. It was fast, faster than its fellows, as though it knew and was exercising what agency it had, but fast was Harry's medium. He cut through the flock with the nimbus at full reach, changed direction twice in the space of a breath, and had the key in his hand with the same flat certainty with which he caught snitches. He came down. The key turned in the lock. The door opened. The chess room was enormous. The board was as Dumbledore had described, each piece the height of a grown person, black marble on one side, white on the other, arranged in the opening position of a game not yet played. The ceiling was high and dark. The air tasted of stone. At the far end, the opposite door. Between it and them, 32 pieces of enchanted marble and the logic of the oldest game in the world. Quirrell had come through here. Harry could feel it, the cold trace in the air, the same register as the thread in his chest, the residue of Voldemort's magic like a cold current left behind a swimmer. But something was off. He looked at the board more carefully. The pieces had been disrupted and reset. Not cleanly, the black side showed the mark of a game played through, pieces missing from their standard positions, the evidence of a different approach. Quirrell had tried to force his way through and the board had played back at him and he'd lost, badly, and then the board had reset when he gave up. That was the board's function, reset after each attempt, for the next player. Quirrell had gone around. Harry saw it in the architecture of the room, a small door, servant's width, in the far wall, the hinges forced. Behind it, almost certainly, a narrow passage that bypassed the board entirely. It hadn't been part of the original protection design, probably, or if it had been it was meant as an emergency exit. Quirrell hadn't played the board. He'd found the shortcut. He's past this room, Harry said. We play it anyway, Ron said, his voice carrying the particular authority of someone entirely at home. He was already assessing the board, moving along the white side, looking at each piece with the fast, intimate attention of a natural player reading a position. We have to. If the reset mechanism closes the passage when someone uses it, we need the legitimate route. Harry looked at the forced door. Is it closed? Hermione had her hand on the small door's frame. The ward on it reset when he went through, she said. It's sealed again. We play, Harry said. Obviously we play, Ron said. He turned to them with complete authority. Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're a castle, Rook, stay in your lane and I'll tell you when to move. Neville, you're a knight. I'm the king. You should be queen, Hermione said. The queen has more mobility. The king survives, Ron said. That's what we need. She looked at him. That's actually correct, she said, which clearly surprised her. They took their positions. The black pieces turned to face them, marble eyes moving with the uncanny awareness of enchanted objects, and the game began. Harry had watched Ron play chess 5 times and understood the board in the strategic sense. Playing as a piece was different, the movement was real, the weight of the marble around him metaphorical rather than literal, but the distance he covered crossing the board was real and the black pieces that came at him were real and the knight that charged Ron in the middle game made a sound like a small earthquake. Ron played the game from inside it with a calm that was extraordinary to witness. He called moves from his position with the certainty of someone reading a text rather than improvising, seeing 4 moves ahead, 5, the shape of the ending apparent to him before it had happened. Harry moved when told, covered when told, and watched Ron dismantle the black strategy with the focused efficiency of someone who had spent his entire childhood playing this game and had never once played it small. The endgame came in 11 minutes. Harry had marked the moment it was coming by the configuration, the black queen position for what would end it, and Ron moving deliberately into her path. Ron, Harry said. I know, Ron said. Not frightened. Aware. It's the move. I can, you can't, Ron said. The queen takes me and they stop, checkmate logic. You get to the door. He looked at Harry across 3 squares of marble. Go. The black queen moved. The impact was a sound that filled the chamber, marble on marble, a crack that echoed from the high ceiling, and Ron went down hard. Harry was already moving, bishop's diagonal, 3 squares in one motion, and the black pieces stilled with the mechanical clarity of a chess logic satisfied. Check. The white king was down. The game was complete and the white side had the right of passage. Hermione was at Ron's side in 2 seconds. He was breathing, Harry could see it from across the board, the chest rising, the wince as he tried to sit up. "Go," he said, again, from the floor, annoyed and entirely coherent. "I'm fine. It's a bruised shoulder and my dignity. Go." "He's genuinely fine," Hermione said. She was doing the quick assessment that she'd apparently read about in a first aid text she'd found in the school library and had mentioned 3 weeks ago with the casual thoroughness of someone covering all contingencies. "Nothing broken. Go." "Neville, stay with Ron," Harry said. "Absolutely not," Neville said. Harry looked at him. "He's fine," Neville said. "He said he's fine. And you might need me." There was a brief moment of Ron saying, "I'm genuinely fine, go, all of you, I will be very annoyed if you stay," and the logic of it was clear enough. Harry went, and Hermione went, and Neville went, through the passage that the board's completion had unsealed, into the troll room. The troll was already unconscious. It had been unconscious when Quirrell reached it and it was still unconscious now, a mountain troll, 12 feet of grey skin and the particular smell of something that lived mostly underground, lying flat on the stone floor with its club beside it. Knocked out, Harry suspected, by Quirrell in the 30 seconds it would have taken him, which meant whatever Quirrell was at this level, he wasn't going through it weakly. The poison's room beyond the troll was a long chamber with a line of flames blocking the way forward, purple fire at the near end, black fire at the far end, and a table with 7 bottles arranged in a row. The purple fire was Quirrell's entering, he'd come through and it had sealed behind him as designed. The black fire was ahead, the only way forward. Hermione was at the table before Harry had finished assessing the room. She was reading the poem on the rolled parchment with the focused speed of someone who was built for exactly this problem. Harry watched her work and felt something settle. This was Hermione's lair. This was what she was here for, and it was obvious from the quality of her attention. "Logic puzzle," she said, not looking up. 7 bottles, 3 are poison, 2 are wine, 1 moves forward, 1 moves back. The clues are in the phrasing of the verse. She was already running through it, her lips moving with the speed of someone who reads fast and thinks faster. The verse is internally consistent, each clue cross-references another. This is genuinely elegant construction. "Can you solve it?" Neville said. "I've already solved it," she said. "Give me 30 seconds to verify." She verified in 20. The forward bottle was the second smallest, which she pointed to with the certainty of someone who had checked their working twice and would stand by it. "There's only enough for 1 or 2 to go forward," she said. She looked at Harry. "You go. I'll go back with Neville, the other bottle takes you back through the black fire." "Both of you back," Harry said. "Harry, both of you," he said. "Check on Ron. Go back up and send a message to Dumbledore if you haven't already, the faculty need to know tonight." Hermione looked at him with the expression she used when she disagreed and had assessed that disagreeing was not productive. "If something goes wrong, then Dumbledore comes and it goes less wrong," Harry said. "You can't get through that fire without the solution, and I might need the second bottle to get back through it after." He looked at her. "I need to know you're not in there. Do you understand what I mean?" She looked at him for a moment. Something moved through her face, the private warm thing, the thing without a tidy name. "Then, don't do anything irreversible," she said. "That's always the plan," Harry said. Neville said, "Come back." "Yes," Harry said. He took the second smallest bottle, felt its cold resolve against his palm, and walked into the black fire. The cold was absolute for 3 seconds and then gone, and he was through. The last chamber was smaller than any of the others. Lit by a blue light that came from nowhere specific, the stone floor worn smooth in a pattern that suggested people had stood here before, in other times, for other purposes. The mirror of Eriste stood against the far wall, tall, gold-framed, the inscription running along the top in a language that looked like English until you read it and found it backwards, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." And Quirrell, standing in front of it. He was not trying to reach into it. He was standing very still, staring at it, and his face was doing something complicated and not entirely voluntary, the expression of a man looking at something that is showing him what he most wants and being unable to stop looking at it even as the thing that shares his body tries to make him look differently. The mirror was working exactly as Dumbledore had described, showing Quirrell's desire, which was not Voldemort's desire, and the two of them were at odds inside the same body in front of the most honest object in the castle. Harry stepped into the room and Quirrell turned. The stutter was gone. It had been gone on the path and it was gone now. The face was Quirrell's but the quality of the attention was not. "Potter," the voice said. "You are faster than I anticipated." "I had good help," Harry said. He stood 12 feet from Quirrell, holding the forward bottle in one hand and the codex through his robes in the other, feeling the thread in his chest at its maximum, no longer a current but a direct connection. The space between him and the thing in front of him collapsed to its functional minimum. The scar was pressure, steady and insistent, not pain yet. "Show me the mirror," Quirrell said. Not to Harry, to Voldemort, apparently continuing a conversation that had been happening inside one skull. Then, to Harry, "He wants you to look at the mirror." "I imagine he does," Harry said. "Look at it, Potter." The voice shifted, the Quirrell register dropping out, something colder and older underneath. "I want to see what you see." Harry looked at the mirror. He saw himself, standing as he was, robes and bag and the codex under his arm. And in his hand, the reflected image of himself had something the real him didn't, the stone. Small, blood-red, heavy. His mirror self placed it in his pocket and Harry felt, yes, something shift in his trouser pocket, a weight that hadn't been there before. The stone was in his pocket. He understood the mirror's logic immediately and completely. He'd wanted to find the stone but not use it, and the mirror had given it to him because his desire was its retrieval rather than its application. Dumbledore had built this correctly. Harry moved nothing in his expression. "What do you see?" the voice said. "Myself," Harry said. "Show me." "No," Harry said. The air in the room changed. Quirrell's body moved, not the way frightened men move but the way a puppet moves when its handler has decided subtlety is over. He crossed half the distance between them in 2 steps and Harry stepped back and assessed and understood that if Quirrell touched him it would be the contact reaction the codex had described, his mother's protection meeting Voldemort's essence at no intermediate distance, and the question was the ratio and the parameters. He'd thought about this for 2 months. He let Quirrell's hand close on his wrist. The reaction was not gradual. It was immediate and total, a burning that was not quite pain, more like the sensation of very cold water where your body insists the temperature register is wrong. The scar went from pressure to fire in a single instant, and Quirrell made a sound that was purely animal and entirely involuntary, his hand trying to release and being unable to because the contact was a circuit now. The protection in Harry's blood pouring into the point of contact with a force that had nothing to do with Harry's choices and everything to do with what had been embedded in his blood before he was old enough to understand blood. But the codex had said, protection magic that damages dark magic draws on the source of the protection. Your mother's sacrifice is not an unlimited resource. Harry felt it. The drain, not his own power, something deeper, the specific ancient magic of his mother's death drawing on the structural reserve of something sacrificed a decade ago. He could feel it the way you feel a battery depleting, not painful, but finite. He reached into his pocket with his free hand and closed his fingers around the stone. "Release him," Harry said. To Voldemort, not to Quirrell. "Let him go and this stops." "Give me the stone," the voice said, through a mouth that was beginning to blister at the edges where the contact was spreading, Quirrell's hand still locked on Harry's wrist by the circuit that neither of them had entirely chosen. "No," Harry said. The scar was fire. The drain was accelerating. He felt the codex go hot against his side, not the regular warmth, not the ready heat, something else, something that was almost urgent, a pulse that was trying to communicate something. He reached for it with the part of him that the codex had trained, not his hand, not his wand, but the attention he used for workings, the focused intent that was the foundational layer of what he was. He reached into the heat of the book and asked, "What are you trying to tell me?" The answer came not in writing. It came in sensation, cold, specific, directional. Not the cold of Voldemort. The cold of absence. The shape of something that was less than spirit, less than shadow, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had attached itself to Harry's scar in the moment Lily's curse rebounded, the piece that the Codex had been feeling at a distance for 3 years. It was weakening. The contact between Quirrell and Harry, the protection burning through the circuit, was not only damaging Quirrell. It was eroding the piece. The fragment. The thing in the scar that had pulsed and pressed and been the thread connecting Harry to Voldemort since before he understood what it was. It was burning away. The cost, Harry thought. This is the cost. The Codex's warmth shifted, from urgent to something that was steady and profound, the quality of it changing into the low bell note he hadn't felt since he was 5 on the floor of the cupboard, pressing his thumb to the threshold. The oldest note. The foundational note. The sound of something that was real below all the layers of what was built on top of it. He understood. The protection is consuming the fragment, he said aloud, to Quirrell, to the room, to himself. Not afraid. Stating a fact. The piece of your soul in my scar. The contact is destroying it. The voice that came back was not in Quirrell's mouth anymore. It came from the back of Quirrell's head. The turban was unwinding, falling, the cloth dropping to the floor in loops of purple, and what was revealed was a face on the back of Quirrell's skull, white and flat, almost featureless, eyes like slits, a mouth that moved. The face of something that had been a person and had chosen, over decades of specific choices, to be less than one. Voldemort's face looked at Harry with the expression of something that has not experienced surprise in a very long time and is experiencing it now. Impossible, it said. It's your own magic, Harry said. The circuit was still running, Quirrell's hand still locked on his wrist, the burning ongoing. The protection responds to dark magic at close contact. The fragment in my scar is dark magic. Direct contact, the right kind of contact, and it reacts the same way. He looked at the face. Not afraid. You did this to me when I was 15 months old and it's been in my blood ever since. I've had it backward. It was never a vulnerability. The face twisted, something that was fury and something underneath the fury that was, Harry thought, possibly fear, which on that face was almost incomprehensible. You cannot destroy what I am, it said. I am more than this fragment. I am, diminished, Harry said. And going to be more so. He felt the fragment in his scar as a specific heat now, separate from the burn of the contact reaction, something smaller, something losing its coherence, the piece unraveling at its edges the way a wrongly anchored working unravels when you remove the anchor. He felt the connection between himself and Voldemort, the thread he'd felt for 3 years, losing its tension. Losing its definition. The face screamed. It was not a sound Harry would ever be able to describe with precision. It occupied a frequency that didn't entirely exist in the physical register, felt more than heard, or felt and heard simultaneously, the sound of something that had existed for years as a specific kind of wrong resolving toward an absence. Quirrell's body went rigid. The hand on Harry's wrist finally released, not willingly, released by the failure of the system, the face on the skull losing its coherence as the fragment lost its coherence, the piece and the sum of the pieces linked in a structural way that was currently their mutual destruction. Harry stepped back. Quirrell collapsed. The face was gone from the back of his skull. The stone floor, where the body lay, was cold and silent and the blue light of the chamber was unchanged and the mirror of Eriste stood at the end of the room reflecting nothing, its surface showing the empty chamber and Harry standing in it, solitary, the stone in one hand and the codex under his other arm. Harry looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back. It was not showing him his heart's desire anymore, it was showing him what was simply true, the way mirrors usually did, and what was true was a boy in first-year Hogwarts robes standing in a stone chamber at midnight with a legendary alchemical artifact in his fist and the residue of a significant magical event in the scar on his forehead. He pressed his free hand to the scar. It was warm. Not the active heat of Voldemort's presence, something gentler. Something that felt, if he was being precise about it, like a room after a fire has gone out. Still warm from what had been there. Empty of it now. The thread was gone. He sat down on the stone floor and stayed there for a moment, not performing composure but also not performing the opposite. Just sitting with the fact of what had happened and what it meant and what it didn't mean, because this was not the end. The Codex had told him months ago that Voldemort was diminished but not destroyed, and one fragment was not all of them, and the structure of what had split itself into pieces decades ago did not collapse at the removal of one piece. But one piece was gone. And the stone was in his hand. And Quirrell was unconscious or something beyond unconscious on the stone floor, and the connection in his scar was severed cleanly and permanently, and Harry was alive, and the castle above him was warm and old and steady. He opened the Codex. A new page. Aldrich's cramped hand, writing itself letter by letter in the blue light of the chamber, a seal. First working. Blood and intent and a threshold. You were 5. Harry read it. You have not finished, Aldrich wrote. But you have begun. There is a difference between the beginning of the end and the beginning of the beginning, and you are in the latter. This is not the last room you will stand in. It is the first one you will remember. Harry closed the Codex. He got to his feet. He held the stone in his closed fist and thought about Nicholas Flamel, who had made this and had been told it needed to end and had said, quietly, that he was ready to sleep after a long day. He put the stone in his bag, next to the Codex. He would give it to Dumbledore. That was what came next. Then Flamel would know it was safe and could make the decision he'd already made, and the stone would be destroyed, and the elixir of life would stop, and 600 years of one long life would resolve into whatever came after very long lives. He looked at Quirrell. The man was breathing. Barely, shallowly, the way people breathe when the thing that was using them has vacated abruptly, but breathing. Harry crouched beside him and felt the pulse at his throat and looked at his face, the human face, returned to itself, the stutter and the fear, and the man who had applied for the defense position probably with some genuine hope, before something had gotten into him on his sabbatical and made him into an instrument. He looked young, unconscious. Much younger than he'd seemed. I'm sorry, Harry said, to the unconscious man, to the empty room. Not for what happened. For what was done to you before it. He went back up. The chess room was dark and Ron was sitting up against the far wall with Neville beside him and Hermione pacing, all three of them intact and the chess pieces reset behind them in their starting positions, patient and still as monuments. Ron looked up when Harry came through. His shoulder had been, Hermione had improvised a support from Ron's own school tie, which was characteristic. He was pale but entirely present. Done, he said. Done, Harry said. Voldemort. Fragment destroyed. He'll survive in some diminished form, but the stone is safe and the connection to me through the scar is gone. He looked at the three of them, Ron propped against the wall, Neville straight-spined and steady, Hermione with her pacing arrested and her hands still and her face doing the private warm thing openly now because there was no one here who was going to make a production of it. He held up the bag with the stone inside. We need to find Dumbledore, Harry said. He came through the trapdoor 5 minutes ago, Hermione said. He should be, Harry. Dumbledore's voice, from the passage behind them. The old wizard ducked through the doorway with the ease of someone who had walked these chambers before, in other times, and stood in the chess room in his deep blue robes and looked at Harry with an expression that was several things at once, relief, and something that was beyond relief, something more complicated and more honest. His eyes went to the bag. To the stones outlined through the fabric. You found it, he said. The mirror gave it to me, Harry said. You built it correctly. I wanted it safe, not used. It worked. And Quirrell, alive, Harry said. Barely. The fragment, the piece of Voldemort attached to my scar, I think it's destroyed. The contact reaction between his essence and my mother's protection consumed it. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I'll explain the whole thing. But later. Ron needs the hospital wing. Dumbledore looked at Ron. Then he made the specific decision that Harry had been hoping for, the decision to let the old man's version of events wait, to let a first year with a bruised shoulder be the priority. Of course, he said. He crossed to Ron and crouched down with the creaking ease of very old knees and put a gentle hand on the boy's good shoulder. Mr. Weasley. Well done. Ron looked at him. Brilliant chess, Ron said. Whoever set that up. The endgame logic was really elegant. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who has been given a gift they didn't expect. Professor McGonagall will be pleased to hear it, he said. Harry almost laughed again. He'd been almost laughing at intervals all night, which was a peculiarity of adrenaline or perhaps just of the specific comedy of high-stakes situations encountered in the company of people who were, fundamentally, themselves regardless of stakes. They went up. The castle received them with its warmth, the torches burning steadily in the brackets, the portraits awake now and watching with the contained attention of witnesses. The route to the hospital wing was direct and the staircases cooperated, and Madame Pomfrey received Ron with the brisk authority of someone whose job was exactly this and who was not going to let the fact that it was 1 a.m. and 4 first years had apparently been in the dungeon chambers prevent her from doing it properly. She looked at all 4 of them. Sit, she said. All of you. I have questions and they will wait until I've checked shoulders and scar tissue and whatever else you've done to yourselves. I'm fine, Harry said. Sit, she said, in a tone that reduced the question of his fineness to irrelevance. He sat. Dumbledore stood at the end of the ward, the bag with the stone in his hands, looking at Harry with the expression that was beyond relief. Outside the windows of the hospital wing, the Scottish night was beginning the process of becoming morning, the absolute dark softening by degrees towards something that was not yet grey but was no longer fully black, the transition that happened so gradually you never caught the moment of it. Harry pressed his fingers to his scar. Warm. Empty. He looked at Dumbledore and thought about beginnings and endings and the difference between them, and about a grimoire under a floorboard, and a seal on a threshold, and a boy walking down a front path into the ordinary morning air. He thought, I know what comes next. He was not afraid. Chapter 8, What Comes After Fire. The hospital wing in the morning was different from the hospital wing at night. At night it had been Madame Pomfrey's efficient authority and the low burn of torches and Ron's shoulder being diagnosed with 3 fractured processes in the collarbone that she set with a brisk precision that made him hiss through his teeth, and Neville's bruised ribs from the devil's snare that he hadn't mentioned, and Hermione's abraded wrists from the same, and Harry's wrist where Quirrell's hand had been, which Pomfrey examined for a long time without speaking, the skin there gone red and strange in a pattern she'd clearly never seen before. Blood protection scarring, Dumbledore had said, from the end of the bed. It will fade. Pomfrey had looked at him with the expression of a medical professional receiving a diagnosis from someone who is not a medical professional. I know what it is, she said crisply. I'm looking at the depth. Harry had said nothing. It had stopped hurting sometime during the climb back up through the chambers, replaced by the warm empty feeling in his scar that was still there in the morning, steady and unchanging. The contact burn on his wrist was a fair trade. He'd have accepted considerably worse. By morning Ron was asleep with his shoulder immobilized, looking more peaceful than he looked in the dormitory, which said something about Ron's relationship with being stationary. Neville had been cleared to leave at 6:30 and had gone to the dormitory with instructions to sleep, which he had confirmed he intended to do. Hermione had stayed, sitting in the chair beside Ron's bed with her small notebook on her knee, not writing in it, just present, performing the specific loyalty of being there even when there was nothing to be done. Harry sat at the end of Ron's bed and watched the window go from dark to grey to the tentative pale gold of a Scottish October morning and thought about nothing in particular, which was itself a specific feeling, the hollowness after significant effort, the body and mind jointly noting that the immediate task was complete and taking a moment before accepting what came next. Dumbledore came back at 7. He came through the door with the quiet of someone who understood hospitals and sat in the chair near the window and looked at Harry with the expression Harry had been seeing at intervals for 3 years, the careful upward recalibration expression, except this morning it had resolved into something else. Something that wasn't careful at all. It was simply, looking. The old man looking at the boy, without strategy or agenda, and Harry looking back. "You should sleep," Dumbledore said. "So should you," Harry said. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. "A fair point." He looked at his hands, which were folded in his lap. "Nicholas Flamel received word this morning. He and Perenelle are at peace. The stone will be destroyed at the end of the week." Harry nodded. "The fragment," Dumbledore said. "In your scar. I want to make sure I understand what happened." "The contact reaction," Harry said. He'd organized it in his head during the night, the logic of it. Voldemort's essence in Quirrell was pure dark magic, no body, no natural shielding. My mother's protection is embedded in my blood. Close contact between them creates a reaction, the protection burns through dark magic at the point of contact. Quirrell's hand on my wrist was the contact point. He looked at his wrist, the red patterned skin. The fragment in my scar is dark magic. Same principle, different location. The reaction was broad enough to reach it. And consume it, Dumbledore said. The fragment is gone, Harry said. I can feel the absence. The thread between me and Voldemort that I've felt for 3 years, it's severed. He pressed his fingers to his forehead. The scar is still there. But it's quiet. Just a scar. Dumbledore was very still. His blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were doing something complex and concentrated. You felt that thread for 3 years, he said. Since I was old enough to know what I was feeling, Harry said. Maybe always. And you never mentioned it. I mentioned it when it became relevant, Harry said. Which was when I had a framework to understand it and a person to mention it to. He looked at Dumbledore. You know there are more. The air in the hospital wing settled around the statement like water around a stone. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Hermione, in the chair beside Ron's bed, was very still with her notebook on her knee, and Harry knew she was listening with the full focused attention she brought to everything, and he also knew she'd already arrived at the same place he had, because she was Hermione. How long have you known? Dumbledore said. I've suspected since I understood what the fragment was, Harry said. A piece of a soul doesn't split once unless the circumstances for it to split are already well established. The magic required to split a soul is not the kind of magic you perform once on an accident. It requires intent and repetition. Voldemort has been doing this for decades. He looked at Dumbledore. The Codex helped me understand the theory. Old magic has a long memory for this kind of wound. Dumbledore exhaled, not dramatically, barely audible, but the exhale of someone setting down a weight they've been holding for some time. I have spent years, he said, gathering evidence toward the same conclusion. I have suspected 7. The diary, which was destroyed several years ago, by an incident I won't trouble you with now, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake. He paused. And you? Not anymore, Harry said. Not anymore, Dumbledore agreed. But the others remain. He looked at Harry with the directness of someone who has decided that the particular blindness of treating this boy as someone to be protected from information is over. This is what I mean when I say the task is bigger. I know, Harry said. I've known since November. The fragment was confirmation, not revelation. He looked at the window, the morning light strengthening. You've been planning for this. Planning, Dumbledore said, with the slight irony of someone examining their own word choice, is perhaps generous. I have been, moving pieces. Slowly. with considerable uncertainty. "The ring," Harry said. "Where is it?" Dumbledore's expression shifted in a way that was new, something cautious and personal that Harry filed as important. "In a village called Little Hangleton," he said. "In a ruined house. I know where it is. I have not retrieved it yet." "Why not?" "Because," Dumbledore said, "it is also the Resurrection Stone. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows." He said this with the specific weight of someone carrying a private significance. "And I am not entirely certain that I trust myself with it." The hospital wing was very quiet. Hermione had gone completely still. Ron was asleep and breathing evenly. The morning light moved across the floor in a slow diagonal. Harry looked at Dumbledore for a long time. He thought about a man who had defeated Grindelwald and built Hogwarts' protection network and held together the wizarding world's resistance for decades, telling an 11-year-old that he didn't trust himself with a particular object, not as performance of humility but as a fact, stated plainly, because the particular object in question showed you you're dead, and Dumbledore had dead. "Don't go alone," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "When you retrieve it," Harry said. "Don't go alone. Whatever curse protects it, dark objects with that kind of history have protections that are designed to be defeating specifically to the person most motivated to retrieve them." Dumbledore was quiet. "That is," he said carefully, "a very acute observation. The Codex has extensive notes on curse architecture," Harry said. "Objects built to hold pieces of dark magic tend to protect themselves via the retriever's own desires. The desire to retrieve becomes the weapon." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "You want the Resurrection Stone because of what it is. That want is the vulnerability." "Yes," Dumbledore said. Very quietly. "It is." "Take someone who doesn't want it," Harry said. A long pause. "When the time comes," Dumbledore said, "I may ask for your help." "You may," Harry said. Hermione, from her chair, said, "Both of us." Not loudly. A statement. Dumbledore looked at her. Something in his expression was the closest thing to move that Harry had seen on his face. "Both of you," he agreed. Madame Pomfrey appeared at the ward door with a tray and the authority of someone who had waited long enough for people to be done with their important conversations and was now exercising medical priority. "Breakfast," she said. "All of you. The headmaster as well, don't argue with me, Albus." Dumbledore stood with the creaking dignity of very old knees and went to the tray with the expression of a man who has learned, over many decades, that Madame Pomfrey was right to not be argued with. Harry ate toast and drank tea and watched Ron sleep and felt the empty warm place in his scar and thought about all of it, the whole shape of it, beginning to end, the cupboard and the Codex and Edinburgh in the winter and a pub in Glasgow and a 3-headed dog in a mirror and the face of something that had tried to be immortal and was instead becoming less. The door opened at 8:30 and McGonagall came in. She looked at Harry first. It was always Harry she looked at first now, with the expression she'd had since the sorting night, the one that had been resolving gradually towards something more defined over the course of the term. She looked at him in the hospital bed and then at his wrist and then at his face and said, "Mr. Potter. How are you?" "Fine," Harry said. "Thank you, Professor." She looked at Dumbledore with the expression of a colleague who has been waiting for a full accounting and intends to receive one. "My office," she said to him. "When you're done here." "Of course, Minerva." She turned back to Harry. "When Mr. Weasley wakes, please tell him that his play in the chess chamber has been described to me and that I am," she stopped. Composed herself. "Tell him I am proud." She left. The door closed. Harry thought about McGonagall being proud of a chess sacrifice made by a 12-year-old in a chamber she'd helped build, and about the specific complexity of being a teacher who makes the structures and then has to watch children move through them, and felt something warm and uncomplicated. Ron woke up at 9. He woke up the way Ron did most things, fully and without intermediate stages, going from asleep to present with his eyes open and immediately asking, "Did we get it?" "We got it," Harry said. Ron looked at the ceiling. Good. A beat. How's the shoulder? Pomfrey fixed it, Harry said. You'll be sore for a week. Worth it, Ron said. He looked sideways at Hermione, who was looking back with the expression she used when she was simultaneously relieved and preventing herself from saying several things. Don't, Ron said. I wasn't going to say anything, Hermione said. You were going to say I shouldn't have sacrificed myself. I was going to say it was an excellent strategic decision and also unnecessarily dangerous, she said, which is not the same thing. Yeah, all right, Ron said, apparently satisfied. He looked at Harry. What happens now? Exams, Harry said. Ron stared at him. We have exams in June, Harry said. We've missed one night of sleep and I have a bruised wrist. The term continues. You cannot be serious. He's always serious, Hermione said. It's one of his more exhausting qualities. It's practical, Harry said. Voldemort, Ron said. Is diminished, one fragment down, without a body, and without the stone, Harry said. He's not gone, I know, and I'll tell you the shape of what comes next sometime when you're not in a hospital bed, but the immediate crisis is over. Ron looked at the ceiling again. One fragment down, he said. Yes. How many fragments? 7, initially. One was the scar fragment is gone. The diary was already destroyed before we got here. That leaves 5. Ron absorbed this. So. Exams, and then 5 Horcruxes. Horcruxes, Harry said. He hadn't used the word aloud before, but the Codex had it, a page he'd found in December, the word appearing in Aldrich's handwriting with the weight of something important. A Horcrux is the name the dark arts give to a piece of soul forcibly separated from its whole. The name matters. Named things can be found and named things can be ended. Ron said the word again, testing it. Horcruxes. Yes. And we're going to find them. Eventually, Harry said. Not at 11. Not before we understand more than we currently do. I'm 12, Ron said. Last month. Not before we understand more, Harry repeated. Ron considered this. Fair, he said, and closed his eyes, and went back to sleep with the easy completeness of someone who had decided the most important question was answered and everything else could wait. The week that followed was, in the external facts of it, ordinary. The great hall at breakfast, the corridors between classes, the specific accumulated sound of several hundred students navigating the last month of the autumn term. From the outside, 4 first years who had spent a Tuesday night in the dungeon chambers looked like 4 first years who were very tired on Wednesday and somewhat recovered by Thursday and entirely normal by Friday. The internal facts were different. Harry sat in charms and history and potions and felt the empty warm place in his scar and the weight of what he knew, the Horcruxes, the shape of what was ahead, the years of work that would be required, and processed it alongside his double transfiguration and his defense essay, because both things were simultaneously true and the one didn't make the other irrelevant. Snape's potions class on Friday was wit sharpening potion, which was precisely what it sounded like, a potion that temporarily enhanced cognitive acuity, used historically by ministry officials before difficult examinations and by scholars before important publications and by certain Hogwarts students of the examination period who had apparently been using it for decades. Harry brewed it with the systematic attention he brought to everything and produced a result that was, by Snape's assessment, technically perfect. Which Snape gave as, acceptable. Harry said nothing. After class, in the corridor, Snape said his name. Harry turned. The corridor was emptying, students moving away in the current of between classes traffic. Snape stood at the potions classroom door with his arms crossed and his expression in the configuration that was not the default displeasure but something more considered. Your wrist, Snape said. The Pomfrey reports were descriptive. It's healing, Harry said. Blood protection contact burn, Snape said. He said it the way he said things he was analyzing, clinically, without the weight he put on things he was performing. I've read about them in theory. I've never seen one. He looked at Harry's wrist with the expression of a scholar confronted with empirical evidence of something previously theoretical. The scarring pattern is consistent with a full-circuit reaction. You didn't attempt to control it. Controlling it would have limited its reach, Harry said. The fragment was the objective. The wrist was acceptable collateral. Snape looked at him for a moment. You decided that in a moment? I decided it 2 months ago, Harry said. When I understood what the contact reaction meant. He looked at Snape. I spent most of November planning. Another moment of the 2mm shift. Snape looked away. Your mother, he said, and stopped. Harry waited. Your mother's protection, Snape said, with the careful difficulty of someone carrying something heavy for a long time and choosing, deliberately, to set it down here, now, rather than somewhere else later. She was thorough in everything she did. The protection she built for you was not a passive thing. It was active. Ongoing. He looked at Harry. She chose it. Deliberately. With full understanding of the cost. I know, Harry said. I wanted, Snape stopped again. He looked at the wall. I wanted you to know that I was aware of that. That I have been, aware of it for 10 years. He cleared his throat. That is all. He went back into the potions classroom and closed the door. Harry stood in the corridor for a moment. He thought about a woman he'd never met who had left herself in his blood, who had made a decision in a dark house in Godric's Hollow and left the consequences of that decision working in him for a decade. He thought about what Snape had said, thorough, active, ongoing, deliberate, and about the specific grief of someone who had known her and was only now saying this, as directly as someone like Snape was capable of saying it. He pressed his hand against the codex through his robes. Warm. He went to class. The conversation with Dumbledore happened on a Sunday evening, 2 weeks after the chamber. Not in his office, Dumbledore appeared in the Gryffindor common room after dinner, which caused the room to go approximately as quiet as a room containing nearly 40 people could go, and invited Harry to walk with him. They walked the outer battlements, which were cold and clear, the November stars very bright and the grounds below in darkness. Dumbledore had his hands clasped behind his back and walked with the unhurried ease of someone for whom the cold was largely irrelevant. I owe you several apologies, Dumbledore said, without preamble. You owe me an explanation, Harry said. The apologies are less important. Dumbledore looked at him sideways. Most people prefer the apologies. I prefer to understand what happened and why, Harry said. Apologies are for after. Very well. Dumbledore walked for a moment in silence. The stars moved, or rather, Hogwarts moved under the stars, as it always did, as it always had. I placed you with the Dursleys because the blood protection required Lily's bloodline, her sister. I knew the Dursleys were, not warm people. I believed the protection outweighed the cost. It didn't, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said. It didn't. The protection was real and remains real in your blood regardless of where you lived. I could have placed you with the Dursleys in a limited way, maintained the bloodline connection, without making it your entire life. I chose not to do that because, he stopped walking. He looked out over the grounds. Because I believed that a famous child needed to be, ordinary. Grounded. I was afraid of what a child raised to know his own significance might become. Harry looked at him. You were afraid I'd become like Voldemort. I was afraid you become something I couldn't account for, Dumbledore said. Which is, perhaps, a different thing. And possibly more honest. He turned to look at Harry. I was wrong. Not about the risk, there is always risk in raising someone who is powerful to know it. But my response to the risk was, I protected my plan over your life. That was wrong. Yes, Harry said. It was. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Harry looked back. The old man had the expression of someone who had expected more anger, or more forgiveness, or more of the emotional performance that usually surrounded conversations like this. Harry had neither the energy nor the inclination for performance. It had been wrong. Dumbledore acknowledged it. The fact of it didn't change, and the acknowledgement was real, and both things were simply true. What I've been thinking about, Harry said, is what comes next. Not the Horcruxes specifically. I understand the shape of that work and I'm not ready for most of it yet. What I've been thinking about is Hogwarts. Dumbledore waited. The defense position, Harry said. You'll struggle to keep it filled. You've had, why? A jinx, Dumbledore said, with the slight irony of someone confirming something they'd long since accepted as simply true. Placed by Tom Riddle when he was denied the position. No one has lasted more than a year since. Quirrell lasted a year, Harry said. He was the Jinx's last available victim, Dumbledore said. For this year. Then next year you'll need someone new. Harry looked at the sky. I'm not suggesting I teach defense. I'm suggesting that the curriculum, across the board, not only defense, needs revision in a direction that most of the staff are probably not going to initiate themselves. Dumbledore looked at him with interest. What direction? The foundational layer, Harry said. Flitwick touches it accidentally because he's an exceptional teacher and can't help himself. Most of the curriculum sits entirely in the upper registers, mechanics and application, no theory of why, no engagement with what magic actually is under the surface. He looked at Dumbledore. Hermione Granger is a Muggle-born witch who has been accessing the foundational layer since she got her letter, with no framework, entirely alone, because nobody told her the layer existed. I've been doing it with the Codex for 6 years. There are probably other students doing it without any framework at all, which is exactly as dangerous as it sounds. You're suggesting a course, Dumbledore said. I'm suggesting a philosophical shift, Harry said. The course is just the implementation. Dumbledore walked for a while in silence. Harry let him, because the silence was thinking silence and interrupting it was counterproductive. The battlements ran cold and clear under the stars and below them the grounds were dark and the lake was a mirror. You would want Flitwick involved, Dumbledore said. He's already involved, Harry said. He's been helping us since November. He's the right person to build the curriculum. And you and Miss Granger. When we're not in class, yes. And the Codex. The Codex is mine, Harry said. But the principles in it don't have to be. Aldrich Potter spent 60 years reverse engineering magic from its foundations because he was told he didn't have access to it. The wizarding world has been building on top of that work for centuries without knowing the foundation exists. He looked at Dumbledore. That's a structural problem. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You are 11 years old, he said, in the tone of someone stating a remarkable fact rather than raising an objection. 12 in July, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore stopped walking. He turned to look at Harry with the expression that was beyond careful now, something that had no strategy in it, that was simply the old man seeing the young one clearly, without agenda or plan. May I ask you something? Yes. When you were in the chamber, Dumbledore said, facing Quirrell. Facing Voldemort. Were you afraid? Harry thought about it honestly. I was focused, he said. Afraid it's like asking if I was cold. I was cold, probably. I was also busy. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. When I was your age, he said, I was brilliant and ambitious and I made friends with people who shared my ambitions and I built plans that did not account for the people inside them. He looked away. I learned, eventually. But I learned late and the learning cost a great deal. He looked back. I do not want to repeat that error with you. You won't, Harry said. Because you've told me that it's an error. I'll remember. Dumbledore looked at him. Just like that. If I know the mistake, I can avoid it, Harry said. I've been doing that since I was 5. The codex is full of warnings from a dead man who made them all first. It's very efficient. Something in Dumbledore's face did something that was nothing like the serene composure of the portraits and entirely, finally, like a person. The laugh lines deepened. The eyes behind the half-moon spectacles went very bright. He laughed, a real one, full and sudden, the laugh of someone who has been surprised into it and doesn't mind. Harry, standing on the cold battlements under the November stars, thought about Adeline's sudden full laugh in the Bloomsbury sitting room and about Ron being surprised into laughter over chess and about Hermione's short escaped sound in the library, and felt the specific warmth of the collection of them, the way individual things accumulate into something larger than their sum. "Come inside," Dumbledore said. "It's cold." "In a minute," Harry said. Dumbledore went. Harry stayed on the battlements and looked at the grounds, the dark mass of the forbidden forest, the still water of the lake, Hagrid's cabin with its lit window. He looked at the stars, which were the stars he'd looked at from a decommissioned railway station in Derbyshire and from a wall at the end of a Privet Drive street and from a public library window in Glasgow and from the astronomy tower 3 weeks ago. The same stars. Different ground under his feet, each time. He opened the codex. The pages rustled in the November wind, moving past workings and notes and Aldrich's cramped annotations and his own writing in the margins, the accumulation of 6 years of questions and responses and the slow construction of an understanding. He let it settle to a page near the back, a page he'd never seen before, which still happened sometimes, the book adding what was needed when it was needed. Aldrich's writing, but different in quality, slower, less cramped, the hand of someone writing something final rather than urgent. You sealed the house. You walked out the door. You learned the language of old things and spoke it back to a world that had forgotten it was a language. You stood in a room at the end of everything and the end turned out to be a beginning, as ends generally do, if you're standing right. I built this book because I was told I was powerless and I refused the telling. You used this book because you were told you were invisible and you refused the telling. The difference between us is what you have ahead of you, which is considerably more than I did. The Horcruxes. The war that hasn't finished. The people who will come for you because you are what you are and they cannot bear it. The school that needs to be rebuilt from its foundations up. The boy in the green-edged robes who is more than his father made him and less than his father wanted and doesn't know it yet. None of this will be simple. Most of it will be hard in the specific way that things are hard when they matter. You know what to do. Harry read it twice. Then he read, "You know what to do," and thought about a 5-year-old pressing a bleeding thumb to a threshold in the dark under a staircase, and about the warmth that had pulsed up through the wood in response, and about the door opening. He wrote, in the margin, in his own hand, "Thank you." The ink dried. Nothing appeared in response, which was its own kind of answer. He closed the codex. The castle behind him was warm and loud with the evening sounds of several hundred students, the dull roar of the great hall at dinner, the light in every window, the smoke from the chimneys going straight up in the still night air. He felt the castle's magic in the stone of the battlements beneath his hands, deep and layered and old, familiar now the way few things were familiar, the specific familiarity of something chosen rather than assigned. He thought about the Dursleys, sealed in their house, released, eventually, to their normal life, which was what he'd promised, and a promise was a promise even to people who hadn't deserved one. He thought about Petunia in the hallway with her hand at her throat, staring at the codex like she was seeing something she'd been trying not to see. He didn't hate her. He didn't hate any of them. They were small people who had done small cruelties because smallness was all they had, and he had walked out of their house with something they would never understand and a life they could not have imagined for him, and that was enough of a reckoning. He thought about Quirrell, who was in St. Mungo's under treatment for a condition the healers had no precise name for, the expulsion of a possessing dark entity, which was rare enough that the literature was sparse. He was alive. Whether he was himself again in any meaningful sense, Harry didn't know. He thought about Voldemort, diminished, fragmented, somewhere in the world in some form that had less of him than it had had before, and he thought, not done. Not finished. But smaller. Getting smaller. He thought about Hermione in the library with her small notebook and her foundational layer observations and her specific quality of attention that was unlike anyone he'd ever met. He thought about Ron moving his king into sacrifice with the certainty of someone who trusted their own competence enough to pay the cost of it. He thought about Neville standing in the devil's snare chamber with his wand up and his spine straight and the herbology face. He thought about Snape saying she was thorough with the specific difficulty of someone carrying something heavy. He thought about Dumbledore laughing on the battlements. He thought about Flitwick in the Charms classroom with his stack of books and his quill and his professional delight. He thought about Adeline Marchbanks handing him a wrapped package at the door of the Bloomsbury house and saying don't get sentimental, it was taking up space. He thought about an owl arriving at a decommissioned railway station at 2 in the morning with a non-message on parchment, and a 5-year-old sitting on a wall at the end of a Privet Drive street with a grimoire in his lap and 40 pence in his pocket, and a boy walking through London with no money and no destination and the specific feeling of something being hard but being his hard. He thought, I have people now. Not assigned people. Not the Dursleys, who had been assigned. Not even Dumbledore, entirely, who had been, necessary, and was becoming something better than that but was still in the process of becoming. He thought about people chosen, and choosing him back, and the difference between those two things and every other configuration. He put the codex in his bag. He turned from the battlements and walked back toward the castle door. The door opened before he touched it, which the castle had started doing sometime in October and which Harry had stopped commenting on because some things were simply true and didn't require commentary. Inside the entrance hall he could hear the Great Hall, dinner ongoing, the sound of several hundred people eating and talking and being themselves, ordinary and loud and alive. He went to it. He pushed through the double doors and the warmth hit him and the smell of roast vegetables and the sound of Ron's voice from the Gryffindor table already carrying above the ambient noise with the ease of someone who has never been afraid of being heard. He sat down. Ron pushed the roast potatoes in his direction. Hermione looked up from the notebook she wasn't supposed to have at dinner and then put it away and looked at him with the expression that had no tidy name. Neville was explaining something to Seamus about the properties of fluxweed, which Seamus was listening to with the surprised attention of someone who hadn't expected to find herbology interesting but was being dragged there by the quality of the explanation. Harry ate. The great hall moved around him, loud and warm and ordinary. He felt the codex in his bag, warm against his hip. He felt the castle in the stones of the floor. He felt the empty warm place in his scar and the absence of the thread and the specific weight of everything he knew and everything he had to do and everything he had already done. He felt, and this was not complicated, not qualified, not the okayness of difficult things that were his own, which had been sufficient and was no longer the full scope of what was available to him, he felt something that was simply good. Simple and full and warm as the castle itself. He had work to do. He had Horcruxes to find, eventually, and a war that hadn't finished to finish, and a curriculum to revolutionize and a dead man's grimoire to keep learning from and a scar that was just a scar now and a world that didn't know yet what was coming or what was already here. He had people. He had a castle that opened its doors for him. He had old magic in his blood and 6 years of knowing what to do with it. He had time, not 600 years of it, not the stone's gift, but the ordinary mortal allotment, which was all anyone ever had and which he had spent every single day of making count. He reached for the bread. Ron was already talking about the next Quidditch match. Hermione was arguing with him about scheduling in the context of the upcoming Transfiguration assessment and making a valid point that Ron was not acknowledging. Neville had moved from fluxweed to mandrakes and Seamus had given up pretending he wasn't interested. The fire burned in the great hall's torches. The enchanted ceiling showed clear stars above them. The castle breathed. Harry Potter, who had sealed a house when he was 5 and walked out the front door and never looked back, sat with his friends in the light and warmth of the oldest school in Britain and thought about what came next. He was 12 years old. He was just getting started.